So this afternoon I'm back testing. Back testing my robots. This is the NASDAQ bot I'm working on. Sell only bot, right? This is a sell only bot with no money management on it. I'm building a sell only bot for the NASDAQ right now. I set the spread at $1.20 per contract. So that's my current situation. So this is a very small sample set. I'm going to back it up a few more months here, see if I get a different results. So what happens here is that if after 1 hour we get a bar that is more than $120 in NASDAQ, this robot's going to come in and it's going to, let me put on the NASDAQ grid. I think it's this. This is like $10. So we're looking for a $120 move on the 1 hour to trigger the robot to launch a grid of tickets, a linear grid based on the drop entries. So I had somebody write they took these drops and they made them into a robot based on pips apart. Did I put on a trade there? I didn't see it. I didn't see it put a trade there. Go as fast as I can. Okay, it's got a take profit way down here, so it's very greedy. I forgot to mention it's very greedy bot. Here's your stop up here, and here's your take profit down here. Let's go to a bigger handle. Okay. So if I was watching this thing trade, I would tell it to get out right now, but we're stuck with this exit. Now let me put it on the half-hour chart. It's too slow. That template's eating up too much headroom. It's taking us off the... So this is looking for a $120 move on the NASDAQ, 120 points. And it throws... the limits aren't really exactly where I want them, but it's sell only bot right now. Change the expiration to 15. That's going to be the answer. So for no money management, this robot, so it's able to crawl out of this hole because of the fact that it kept selling into it. And the expiration of the tickets is 15 minutes and it's launching. It's just catching the top of that. So I was gonna turn this into a swing bot by just changing the settings. So I'll post this thing in the Discord. The way the settings are set up here, it's only runs on NASDAQ right now. So I go to edit this this robot. It's gonna look like this. Because it's NASDAQ, you have to I think this is a $300 stop. It's got to be like 30,000. Like I said, this only runs on NASDAQ right now. Oh, that's not it. Sorry. Yeah, that's but that is true. This is a Bitcoin ticket, so it's the same situation. You got to add a lot of zeros. And if you write scripts for every crypto based on dollar amount, and you call out the dollar amount on the script title, so I build banks like that. Save as is your friend. So let's modify this latest rendering of the short bot. I just have it set to sell only. Really, it's not. It goes both ways, but in MetaTrader I said so you can set up your robots to go one direction. If you know what your robot does in that direction, you know how he behaves. You know, you put him on the job, and that's what you do. It's just what you do, man. So I'm gonna make this like a 15-minute expiration, and I'm gonna make it a bigger ticket because we're gonna change that exposure goes down. We're gonna make it more aggressive as the exposure goes down naturally. So I guess the settings that you're gonna choose would be based on how you usually trade the market. What you want to see when it happens. So this one, pips apart. I think we should increase the pips apart. No, I'm going to make this. So if you wanted this to be a scalp bot, you would make this just a 15-minute exposure very close to the market, but I'm not going to do that. So forget what I just said. We're not doing that. We're going to make a swing bot. This is a monster swing bot, potentially blow up the account bot, but potentially make a lot of money bot. As it is. Look at all the robots that are on MT4 inside the market section of MT4, and look at all the numbers, how they perform. So all bots have a failure in the sense that their hit rate goes up, their ratios go down. The ratios go up, their hit rate goes down because you're getting stopped out. There are very few good ratio trades in the markets because the markets are choppy. 80% of the time, a robot that's looking for setups with a 10-to-1 ratio, those are top tick Tommies off a monthly. So, you know, if you can't get your platform, I'm going to build a swing bot. If you can't get you, and this is going to be a 12-hour expiration. I want to see what happens because the guy that wrote this, the first time I'll be able to test this, where it triggers upon volatility. It's the first time to trigger upon volatility. So we're going to go for the classic H12. We're allowed to run the MT5 time frames inside of this, which is a big bonus for us. H12. Huge exposure. Now we're going to actually, pips apart is going to be, the stop is going to be mind-blowing. It has to be. I have to make this like, I'm going to put a 1 in front of it. Now on the exit, we're going to have a bad ratio on this too. So the first bot needs to be a bad ratio bot to see if even the concept works, because the money management systems that you would build into this would come underneath you and at least trail a stop. You have to see if this theoretically is even going to work, this trade plan. So this is also a way to test trade plans that you could have confidence when you drop a grid what's going to happen. If it's 12 hours, but what this is going to do is, on the 1 hour chart, you get a big move, and it's going to try to, what's going to try to compensate a little bit there. Right? It's going to come in and it's going to say the judgments that you would make, you want your robot to make, right? Because you're so good at trading. So I'm doing futures trading here with NASDAQ. In the playback, I'm back in the... So this is not the only robot I'd be running, though. I run 10 layers of volatility bots. So I'm building a hedge bot that builds a hedge when the market's quiet. I'm building a limit bot. So these are going to work in concert on an account. And once that account gets rolling, I'm gonna post either the so it'll be a free bot. It'll be a free bot until I get really good at that bot, and then I suppose for $15 a month or something, you could have the other bot that I busted my ass on. So slot bots are free, but if you don't even want to worry about it, there'd be some PAM account that you could just throw your $100 into, and you could just ride the PAM account. You don't have to be a trader or nothing. So that's the project we're working on now. We're trying to get these. So my approach is very it's like building a piano. You're going to put 88 keys. I'm building 88 keys, so I'm not building just 4 robots. I'm building robust crude bots, but many of them. And I'd probably have to run that on a cloud or something, and so that's churning away. And then we have to get a track history going, I've seen some robots that are 13 weeks in. They're doing pretty good. So there's that. So let me make this robot that's probably going to make a bunch of money and then blow itself up. I can already tell just by the settings I'm putting in here. We're just trying to squeeze what is that, 30? Yes, we're trying to squeeze this much out. I don't have my math. I can't even tell you how much that number is. So the pip range we're looking for, and the ticket amount is going to be really big. 10 tickets. The pips apart needs to be serious, very serious amount of pips apart. Most seriousness. Okay, what else? Let's compile it and see what we got. So this is all like I'm building a Frankenbot, I guess you could say, if you really want to know what's going on here. 12-hour expirations. 10 tickets. I think this is 160 handles apart, and the stop, and a very ungreedy take profit. This is the results of the last run of the attempt to scalp. This is the raise that came in. The trigger's still going to be 120 pips on the half hour. And if it compiled okay, we're going to see the racks come in different. So we're going to have 10 tickets instead of 4. I'm sampling a very small look back. I'll increase the look back later if I think that this can. It's a sell. It's set to sell only. Now that's 12-hour expirations on these tickets. So and the trigger is because of the volatility that's showing up occasionally. So it's kind of a lot of volatility, no fills. I can turn on the buy side, but so we're really not getting any much fills there. But boy, they're stacking up. 12 hours expiration on these tickets. Let's see if I ever get a fill. Wow, not bad. So see the ratio's bad? And look how much money I'm making on a swing bot. NASDAQ swing bot. Not bad, huh? Now we'll probably blow up the account here in a little bit. I'm just saying. I'm just telling you how this usually goes. Okay, that's the NASDAQ volatility swing bot. Now I'm gonna run the buy side in a minute. I guess it's 41. Now, how many trades was that? Not a lot of trades, actually. Bad ratios. It's scalping out, so it goes underwater here. Draw down. Stop out, stop out. Lays into it again. Yeah, so what else? Let's just switch the direction now. 135 trades. And this is going just back this year. 34 grand we made on that. No money management on that. Just to get the hell out. Now long only. We're just going to start and hit the graph only. So. Oh, it's getting destroyed. So I just blew up the account. The sell side works only. It's a good sell bot. Now let's back test more data now. Let's go back deeper in time. All the way back. Remember when you were a little kid and life was so simple. Remember those days? Yes, I do. Pure tests. Every tick we're testing. I'm gonna do every tick, and I'm gonna do crude testing too. Welcome to crude testing. You're the next contestant on crude testing. Please step up to the. What do you got to say for yourself? Oh, you don't like long. So I don't know what's going on here, but same bad data. Sell only. I do not know. I do not care. Sam, I am. That's not right because I'm going back further in time, so something's wrong. Let me go crude. Control points. Same amount of trades. I'm running Bitcoin. Doesn't work. think it crashed it. Even this thing doesn't like it. Uh-oh. Hey, not bad. That's interesting. This is I'm writing a NASDAQ bot right now. So this is some code somebody wrote for me based on volatility, launching of tickets. So there's no money management built into it. It was able to short Bitcoin with a bad ratio. So it's a terrible ratio, risking, like you can't believe how much I'm risking to make just a few pips. So the settings are getting pips apart. It's a drop. The robot's based on the drops that you would do if you were gonna, let's see, if you're just going to, let me see. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so if you're just gonna, it's not random because the trigger here is volatility. You set your volatility trigger based on the pip range here. So I set this to $120 in NASDAQ. And NASDAQ and Bitcoin are so volatile that if I wanted to rewrite that to get less involved, but I'm making this a swing bot right now. So have this big kahuna stop. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is your stop loss. This is your take profits. I mean, so I could probably, as I make this more greedy, I'll get a less of a hit rate. So this is just the rule of robots that for limit bots, I would say this is just a hard, fast rule that if you're trying to buy a retracement, the market spikes into a stack of limits and starts to come back out. This is a linear grid, by the way, so I'm trying to do another robot that it triggers, but instead of running it does a hard coded handmade ticket that says buy at odd handles. It doesn't say anything. I mean, I'm just going to write odd handles, and I'm going to have odd exits, and it's a custom array, like a handmade custom array. Instead of just shooting out a grid of like just buy me every 10 pips. So the reason why this is good for grid trading is because swing back grid trading and triggering from a criteria of once the market heats up, this is the appropriate depth of these pips apart, and this is the appropriate stop. We're going to have bad bots and greedy bots. So the greedy bot, you could just flip these numbers and turn this into a greedy bot real quick. But I'm just going to try to change this number and see if it even compiles, because I have a hard time compiling because I ran out of global handles or something. I don't know what's going on in here. So let me compile this and see. I'll get slightly different results, and maybe I'll tighten up the stop just a skosh. All numbers matter. Pips apart. This can't be too big with too many tickets, because then you start clipping out that bottom of the rack and you're getting too close to the master stop. So all these, so the expiration, this trade, the size tickets, this is the most, this is what you're firing out. Most critical criteria to you. So I'm gonna just put this in the hightail thing there if you want to play with it. But it's going to need some code on it. It's going to need a money management at the bottom to be an official robot, I suppose. And when I write my team of bots, my virtual prop house, I'm going to make like 2 of these, of course, but each will have its own different style of money management based on swing trading. So the swing trading strategy of money management as opposed to the scalper guy, the scalper guy is going to move his stop quite a bit. On the bigger positions, he's going to move that stop quick. So we're going to have it's a virtual prop house PAM account fund thing, you know. So you just, I know people that don't care. They're just going to put $200 in the fund, you know. Let it go. They don't care. Some people want to get under the hood and see the thing work. So we're under the hood this weekend. And I'm ready to launch this. I'm ready to trade the market on the NASDAQ and run the double clicks, write the double clicks on that. So based on $1.20 spread, specific to the broker. So it's built around the broker. And the I suppose the high frequency double clicks are the ones you're looking to make half a pip. Those will be written to a broker that can give you at least zero spread for a nanosecond, and he's going to give you half a pip round turns. So based on that math, the 10 pip world, like inside, if you're trying to make 8 pips on a 10K, you're a different person than trying to make 80 pips on a 1K. You're just a different kind of person, you know. And so I'm trying to make actually a really sensitive robot that's going to exploit the 20 pip window. Kind of a noise bot, I suppose. But that's too hard right now because you have to write at least 3 of those. See, you can't just write one. You have to write 3. You need flavors. You know, you ever heard 31 flavors? They still have that. Like, what ice cream am I going to have today? That just shows you how wealthy Americans are. What ice cream am I going to have today? Ask Joe Biden. What ice cream should I eat today? It's not on my checklist. So I'm trying to write a monster swing bot here. Let me throw a few more tickets to spice it up, see if I can't blow this thing up. I gotta remember my last settings now. I'm gonna do it on Bitcoin again because that was too much fun. 1,000 trades. We made $5,000, but we were at 23. If the money managements would have come in, this is the stack. This is the equity drawdown. The market comes off the top. We sold the top. And this is going back. This is like way back on Bitcoin. And the expiration is 12 hours on those tickets. So we swept that whole. When Bitcoin went to 68 grand, this robot in playback just sold that top. That's what it looks like to sell. So if you ever want to know what it looks like to sell on limits, way the fuck up there, and your tickets last for 24 hours. Now, if you made the tickets last for a day, we'd make so much money, but we might blow up the count. And let's just do that tweak and see what happens. Well, first I'm going to compile this one. So I get a little excited here compiling. Some guy said he thought he was going to have a problem there, but because it's just too much fun to experiment with what if we did that. This Frankenbot on a Saturday. Let me just see what I got so far. I put the monster stuff in there. Bitcoin. See, blew up the account. See? It's too much. Just before it blew up, though, look at the fill back here, see? And that's what happens. Too many tickets. Let's see if I can control Z out of that. I'm going to bring this pips apart down to 9. Took the tickets back down to 10. We compiled that. Now we're going to run this. Still blew it up. So whatever settings I had, I don't remember they were. But it's just the example. Let's go back to NASDAQ. That's where I was starting, actually. NASDAQ gave me a hard time. Sell only side. I think I had sell only on that. Bitcoin. Same result. So something's wrong with that. We have to save as again and refresh it. I'm having this hell of a time compiling. I'm only allowed like 8 compiles before I have to save as something different and reload. It's holding on to it's holding on to something in buffer. That's better. Okay, so I had a problem there. It's a big problem, backtesting this shit. Every time you compile, apparently, this is too complicated a robot. I don't know. It's just choking the poor computer. Am I the only one having this problem? Yeah, real ticks only. Think so. It won't run on the 5 though. Crashes on the 5. It crashes on the 5, I think. Well, that's on the 5. That's all the ticks on the 5. So if I run it on the 1 hour chart, you're saying it's not gonna be the same? Blows it up. So it's taking too many trades. Let me see if I had it on the 1 minute chart running actually. Now crashes on the 1. There's a 5 minute chart every tick. But you do realize it's looking for a giant move on the 5 minute, I think. I don't. The settings are to let's see. It's not. It's the problem with that is I'd have to make the robot. That's not going to work. You're looking for a 120 pip move on the 15 as a criteria for the launch. It's a volatility bot, so you can't run it on the 5. See? It makes more money on the 15 because you rarely have those moves. You rarely have those moves. The long side was crashing, but because I think I filled up my buffer. Real spreads. What do you mean real spreads? I know what you're talking about. Except for the news, the spread here is pretty tight. But yeah, but this is I'm actually doing the robot here, so what are you going to do, right? Bigger time frame, bigger the stop loss. According to what? What kind of thing? You measured on the next video. You're risking $300 on a $500 account for a trade now and then. You measured the NN. Yeah, you keep saying that, but you don't know that. You ever tried tick charts? Talk about noise. Yeah, I look at tick charts all the time. Trade off the tick chart. Well, pick up your microphone. I'm right here. I'm right here on the. I'm on Discord, dude. I'm streaming this on Discord. Here. Where's the fucking link here? You know how to get there, right? Okay. Oh, Lordy, please. So this is the long side. It doesn't work. It only does good on the short side. So I don't understand that, but I'm okay with that. I'm gonna shorten the expiration on the tickets though. Let's see if that compiles. No, I'm on Discord. Yeah. Well, you know, I was trying to do just play. This guy built this new robot for me to play with, so I couldn't resist test driving it. It'll test drive. So I'm trying to get it to I'm running strategy, I suppose, in the end. Now I'm changing the expressions down to half the size, H6. 110 trades at H12, but shorter expiration now. Go down to H3. H3. Oh, shit. Oh, Christ. Trades here. 15-minute chart, 110 trades. 10 minutes to Wapner. All right, man, let's go. Still the same amount of trades, so it doesn't. It looks like I have to save every robot. I have to save as now. I can't compile. That's all right. Keep running out of global handles or whatever the fuck it is. Okay. I'll start making robot names like fuck off in a minute because I just get so frustrated sometimes. All right. This should be different. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. Holy shit. So what I did there is I made the pip range trigger to take a trade very sensitive. I brought it down to, took a lot off that. 3-hour expirations. I'm going to try 1-hour expiration. 226 trades at 3-hour expiration. How many trades at 1-hour expiration? Oof. Less trades. So it does kind of, there's something happened in the market here that's causing that. I'm going to go back up to 8 hours. See what that does. Wow. Oof. Very nice. Wow. Still gets this shelf going here. I know what this is. Probably the unraveling of the robots. Most robots crash after that. I'm just doing little tweaks now. I'm going to add a few more pips apart, I think. And I'll widen my stop a little bit. I'm going to put a more greedy target in. Break risk 2 to make 1. Yeah, risk 2 to make 1. The beauty of high hit rate and bad ratios is what you're seeing there. The holy grail of cashing it, taking the money and run. 672 trades. Sell stacks only. Okay. 8-hour expirations now. More pips apart. Nice run, but not as good as the last one. Too greedy of a target. Let's go to 6 hours. I'm going to raise the ticket amount to 14 tickets. $3.99 trades. Does pretty good till it, starting with 10 grand, Don't want to open your account on this day, though. Let me change the stop date. Maybe there's something wrong with that. Of course, we don't get out of anything. We just leave it. Maybe that's the problem on that too. Feel free to chime in. I have no idea. Gotta water the garden. Yeah, when the sun's out, I think, right? Gosh, I think that did not work out. I created an impossible task for the robot. Oops. Oh boy. Just too many tickets, I think. Take it down to 8. Got a little carried away there. The tickets can't exceed the pip range because then they're outside the stops. Oh boy. I did something terribly wrong. Well, let's make this number different. Oh, maybe the expiration's not long enough. I'll make it 12 hours. Well, blew that up. It's so fucked up. This is typically how you blow up the bot like this at the end. Maybe today's date is a problem. We have to have today's date. What's up? I'm building a NASDAQ short bot. So far it's kicking ass, but I have a word of warning to you. This is the stop. So if they stop you out, you could blow up the account. But in the meantime, making pretty good money here. This thing makes $70,000 from a $10,000 account going back. I'm back testing from 2021, October of last year, to the present day. They're coming near that stop though. We're hitting that stop a little bit. Let's just stop out. Here's the so you're at 40 grand right now. You're at $30,000 right here. No money management. Just ungreedy. This is high hit rate, ungreedy robot. But when it goes into a if it just goes up there, it'll stop you out. So bad ratios are high hit rate. Good ratios are low hit rate in Robotville. My ratio here is so terrible you can't even believe it. Look at all the money it makes. Look at all the money this thing makes. Here's where it comes out. You're still up. Now, most of these style robots, when you get to the end of the story, it's going to go like this. It's going to take all positions off, and it's going to balance out. So all these pending shorts you have, I'm assuming it's closing all open and pending, because that's what it looks like. Because you haven't hit your stop. Oh, it's real, all right. It is on this. It's on this. This is real, and I know it. Because the launch criteria is spelled out in the EA. I just had somebody build this for me. So it's been a long time since I've been able to get the trigger point. This is an ATR triggered robot. Yeah, they're not. It's not real money. I get it. I can't take out this money. But this is the concept of dropping 4 tickets based on. Well, here the threshold's pretty low. If I go to the expiration of these tickets is 8 hours. So if I go to the half-hour chart, I go to the 5-minute chart. We'll get less fills. Here, this is almost 400 tickets. Cashed out 400 trades. Yeah, you saw high buy low works all the time. A useless endeavor. Okay. Do you trade the markets on limits at all? It seems to trade like you. What is the logic behind the order taking the CA? Okay, so here's the thing. It says when the pip range goes beyond 20, it executes. In other words, this NASDAQ market has to move at least, what is it? On the 5-minute chart, you need a move of at least I want to say $200. I guess it's 20 here, but it's like $200. So you're on the 5-minute chart, and here's where the end of the account comes. If you don't make enough money, there's not enough trades in here. There's no money management on this robot. If I put money management on it, it would do a little bit better. So the threshold for entry I can change that to make this trade less frequently, but if I make it trade less frequency, there's more expiration on the ticket. So this is really a swing bot right now. In the NASDAQ, I don't think most people have enough money to swing trade NASDAQ, but you can trade it at on a micro account, on a nano account. So I'm going to make the criteria really hard to take a trade now. There's only the criteria for launch is the volatility of the last bar. So the pip range of the last bar, which means we're in a highly volatile place. So we're going to dump deep orders when there's a high volatility. This is a one-directional robot at the moment for testing because there's no sense to trade bi-directionally on this because in a winning hedge, unless the robot has money management, it's not going to take off the winning leg and go flat. So this is based on if the market went up, would you sell? I'm going to increase the criteria to it's really got to move big, and I could move up to the 1 hour chart. So the time frame you tested on is the that's the deal. What is our testing? What is our testing time frame, right? And that's going to determine how many pips the last pip range was. So it's really a crude robot, and it's the most robust robot you could have because there's no RSI, none of this MACD shit in here. It's just straight out crude data. The last bar only matters. We don't care about 5 bars back, all that shit. So if we put it on the 4 hour chart, we know that it's looking for a big kahuna move to land the tickets. But the code's not. There's going to be a better one I'm going to write that's going to be handwritten, so the orders are going to be in node clusters, handmade clusters of tickets where the market goes up 80 pip, the market's in an 80 pip range. Let's put in some cluster bombs, so to speak, in one above or below. But if you have above and below, you need to have that money management. You got to pay attention with anything really. So now we're going to launch 4 tickets. We're only putting 4 tickets in, but they're stacking up in the contour of the market, away so far deep away from the market, so many pips apart. Our ratio is going to risk 130 to make 44, but we'll probably make that. We'll probably make that money. So we're going to run that. I think I compiled it. Didn't compile it yet, but. This is 8 hour exposure. It's called the NASDAQ short bot right now. So this run here was nice. So I did a big. Let's say I had to wait. Let me stop and go to the 1 hour chart. So I set the threshold really high here. Now it's got to have. Yeah. So I got to stop from hell. This thing ain't never getting stopped out.
You know what I found? I just found the last. See, we were doing the Euro USD right before we got shut down, and we did a couple of runs that were just so stupid. I found one of them because now that I'm back into the Euro USD, remember we were just looking for different instruments to trade and try to put. I would send it in, but I think everyone would fall out of their chairs, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to blow everyone's brains out. But everything works until it doesn't, my friend. That's the reality. So you have to have the money management section in there.
Yeah, if you don't, it's going to be a train wreck.
Yeah. It's and you know what? If you could just carry on with the wave that you accumulated on some of the really good trades at the beginning, then you could probably withstand, different spacings, different interwovenness. There's a whole world to explore, my friend. So you got to think about the 4 or 5 bots. I think we should do them one at a time. That's just my honest opinion because I see the way Nick codes. You can just tell by the way he codes that he's going to need a little bit more information from you because as much as he has been following you for 5 years, brother, he's I don't think he gets the idea of the interwovenness. Most people are still okay. So we're just.
Well, I mean, it was no. He took the drops and he made a robot out of the drops. They're linear drops.
No, okay, so.
Well, he didn't know. No, he wasn't. He's not gonna. What I wanted him to do was just change the header.
Right.
He wrote a
Okay, fair
whole
enough.
new robot. That's all right.
That's fine.
That's what I'm running now.
Nice. NASDAQ is looking good.
Yeah, so, the time frame here and the trigger for the amount of pips we need to get the robot to put. So it's the position sizing based on the trigger. So now I'm running on the 15-minute. We rarely get those kind of explosive bars on the 15.
Correct.
So
look at this
so
beautiful
see how much
climb.
money
I mean,
we make.
stop right there.
See, yeah,
you'll never
that's
go
because I'm
down
using
more
the
than-
I'm
more
using
than
the 15.
25% from there.
Look, I'm
Yeah,
using the
beautiful.
15. See, in other words, it's the frequency of the trade based on volatility, and that is a monster stop. Now it's kind of blow up at the end here a little bit, but we just made how much money, right? Starting with 10 grand.
I can't see it, buddy. It's too far for me.
Oh,
Hey,
I'm,
right there.
I'm
Stop
streaming.
right there. Stop
I'm
right there,
streaming
brother.
on the
You
internet.
see where it started arcing down?
Yeah, that's
It
getting out
wouldn't
of all the
arc down
positions.
that steeply. What would end up happening with the proper money management system in the background? It would probably level out. I'll take the 34 grand. We started
No,
with
what's
10.
happening there is it's closing all open and pendings. So
Yeah,
that's the real
okay.
balance after the end. It's balancing out. You see what I mean? Like you're up on the trade, everything's golden here, but you're up, but you're not out. When
No,
you close,
I understand, but
when you close all open
the moment
pendings.
that you lost, you would look at your. I mean, I would put this, make it, take it, stop. That would be my suggestion, just off the top of my head. But I'm not here to tell you how to do it.
I don't have
I'm
a
just
stop
here
in here, dude. There's no
Okay,
money
no, I got
management. There's no money management in the code. That's what the whole.
to- Okay.
I mean, this is like what he wrote. My trade plan, no money management. I keep saying over and over, there's no money management in here.
Perfect.
That's pretty
you
good for
see-
no money management.
Yeah, buddy.
The money
You
management
got-
is
you
I
got
got
the
an
thing
end of the world
working.
stop. I got an end of the world stop, and I'm only trying to make. Here's my ratio. I'm risking 130. 130 to make 44.
Have you looked at the actual numbers to see what you're doing per dollar package tickets? Scratch and sniffs? Let's call them just scratch and sniffs so people don't know what we're talking about.
I don't know what scratch and sniff means. I don't know. You just keep
That's
saying
when
that.
when you buy for a whole rack of tickets for you're putting in $1 into your machine and 30 cents spits out for every ticket that you're scratching on average. That was-
Scratch and win, you mean?
Now, I don't want to use the word expectancy because everyone's going to get pregnant around
You're
us.
talking
Go
about
ahead.
scratch and win, right? What are you talking about? Okay, so here's a journal.
Yeah, how many trades, how many did we win, how many did we lose, what was the average win, average loss, those kind of things, bro.
Right there.
Let me put it in there. 1 second. I'm almost there. Let me find the page. Okay, here we go. All right, so let's read off. How many trades did it take? Where's that?
Total trades is 982.
Okay. What did we win?
I don't know where that's at.
We'll look with you.
We
Hang on.
won. What's the win? I tell you what we lost.
Total trades, initial deposit,
Let's see it.
loss, long position. Oh, here it is. Positions won. Well, it's all short, right? So you won
Yeah, it's all short.
198. It shows, right? And it's kind of dark on the
198
screen.
lost percentage. Where's
Okay,
the win?
198
I don't
lost.
see the win. I just see loss, but
Okay, let me put that in. Hang on.
I don't see wins.
We was
I see
thinking the short
profitable
side.
trades. Profitable trades. 400. Is this how many trades is profitable? Is it, the trade profit is 439. 95.
What was the okay? Wait a second. Yeah, you got probably 439. 1 second. I'll put that in.
Yeah, 439 is the profit, and the loss is
No, hang on a second.
920.
439.
Yeah.
You won? No, you won more than 439. I think out of 982. Did you?
That's a dollar amount, not how many trades.
Oh shit. Okay, so average win was 439. Average loss was 543. My apologies. I'm on a different screen completely, so I got to go back. And then, let me see how many you won. Okay, you took short positions.
Yeah, so the consecutive wins. I don't know if consecutive wins is what you want, but
No.
the I don't know how to read this stuff. To me, it doesn't matter. But
Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm just trying to look. I'm like, my head is right against the screen here, just trying to fucking figure
yeah,
it out.
so you got 982 short positions. How many are profitable? How many profitable? 784. It's 79% profitable.
Are you fucking kidding me, man?
No.
That's 80% accurate.
80% accurate, but the ratio's bad. So you're
no, it's not so bad because it's a 0.8er, which we multiply it. You're at 44 cents, hands down. Which means it's perfect for position sizing. You've done it. Well done.
Well,
buddy.
it's a swing. It's a swing bot. In other words, this thing's really out there. I mean, the stop is like end of the world. It's not getting stopped out.
Okay.
Like when you look at the playback, you're just like, wow, no wonder. I mean, look at this thing. We go from 10 grand to $393,000, and we pull back and cash out at $230,000. So you're up.
How many years is this? How many years? Doesn't even matter.
Well, this is NASDAQ on the 15-minute chart. It's going back to let's see. It's going back from October of last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing, man. Well done. Bravo.
Well, because it's just I'll try the 5-minute chart here. I want to see if it really. The expiration of the tickets is 8 hours, so that's the reason why you're hanging out there waiting to get filled. But the fact that it's not launching all the time is what's saving it in a sense.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think
because what it's doing is when it gets triggered by volatility, it means volatility's in the air. So it starts to throw the tickets in for 8 hours. So here's watching it trade here, and here's the I just changed it to a 5-minute chart. Now it's looking for giant moves on the 5. Nice. And NASDAQ can do it, but see how it blows up at the end here. So you make it at 31.
But that part is just because of the way the robots.
There's no money management. That's why.
There's no money management, bro.
The only reason it went on the 15-minute time frame is because. It was a sweet spot. It was cashing out.
Yes.
It padded the account so hard. Then when it cashed out at the end, it didn't look like it didn't blow up the account. It just lost like like $8 grand at the end. So
it's not nothing.
It lost 50 grand at the end, but you're up $750,000 and loses 50 grand at the end. What do you care, right?
Wait a second. You're up much more than that. You know that. You know that you're taking money off the table and putting it back in and sizing
but then you're kind of defeating the purpose of those targets in a way. So if you intervene, you might actually kind of cut down on. I know you protect the account, but you're not letting your profits run quite to the target. But if your robot's able to move the targets with it and has some type of,
for sure.
But I'm just trying to get in the ballpark with the robot. I mean, I know you have to come on top with other things and you have to be babysitting it. But for me, so some guy's saying in the chat on YouTube, he said, it's a feeble endeavor. No, it's not. It's confirming that my trade plan works the way. If you throw limit grids up, can you make money? Yeah. So this is actually not just a robot. It's a confidence builder to say, well, what if I put a bunch of orders down there?
Right.
So it just and plus you get to watch the market play back. But
well, listen, you know what the nice thing is, when you find something that works and within a couple hundred trades, a month or two, well, the market was climbing and you're climbing with it and you're only jumping in or you're shorting it and you're only shorting it at extremes. In my verbal
right. Is it extreme? It's a black swan bot.
Yeah, you're edging it. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But,
that's what she said.
Yeah, but I just keep grinding away. So beautiful bot, man. Well done. Bravo. And you did it with a bot that doesn't even quite do exactly what you wanted.
Well, NASDAQ only bot.
Hey.
I think he's got a deal. I think he's got some kind of deal with NASDAQ. No, I think he's got a deal with NASDAQ on the side. That's why he made it so that it only trades on NASDAQ.
Beautiful. I'll live with that.
Yeah, he's
wait a second. 30 pip range gave you all that trading. If you went higher, it didn't give you this best results, I guess. Did it do any better?
That's $300. $300 in NASDAQ. That's a big. What's that? No, I've been playing around all morning. Playing on the best way to go is the 15-minute chart because you have price pulses that create staggered. See the less linear. The reason why this is winning is because if you look at back at the history, why does this robot make so much money? Look at the diversification of entry, right?
Okay.
Look at that. All these tickets are slightly different price levels because it's all based on the 15. The 15's going up and down.
Right.
The 1 hour's not. It's gridding out. It's getting pancaked. That's why it does it.
Right.
So this is why it makes money on the 15. See the staggeredness, and then the expirations are critical, and everything's critical in the 15-minute world.
I think so. That's the edge of the edge as far as I'm concerned, because the guys that are trading on the half-hour bars, you know, the world is a little bit different, but they have lots of time. They're in the meetings, they're walking around, spilling coffee on servers, you know, all that kind of stuff. They're just... stuff.
I'm going to make an aggressive version of this now. So I just keep on, if I like it, I'll save it. I'm starting to name them now. I got a bot that works, so I'm just going to search it. The name of the robot is the settings inside now. So that way, yeah, that way you keep track of what you're doing. So you save as an 8K here.
You've been your own programming department for the last 10 years. The last time
yeah, unprofessionally speaking, yeah, it's just, I suppose, yeah.
You have been. This is amazing.
So this is not. This is 981 trades. Now I'm going to run this one that's got an 8K. It's really doubling up the tickets.
Okay.
I'm going to call this the 8. It's called the 8K.
Should be doing your buddy.
So almost 1,000 trades here. Let's see what we get here. I'm just going to fast forward to the drama.
I'd like to see with Money Mansion. It would be just a totally different world.
It'd be amazing.
It would be a different world. Yeah.
It's psychotic.
It would be nice to see. Buddy.
So I just doubled the ticket size here.
You asked me before, what would you pay? What would you pay? We went through a lot of them last night, which I had a good time with it. Thank you. But guys that were charging $1,000 were out of their mind. They were making nothing but 7 cents per scratch and sniff. And the free ones, some of them were doing 40 cents, which was 30 cents, which was pretty amazing. Best one was over $1, so we got to get a hold of that Russian girl. And yours right now is doing 44 cents. Are you kidding me? It's not, and it's just so rough and kludgy, if you will, in terms of the way that it's handling the portfolio and the cash flow and the rest of it. So this is just right out of the box, looking pretty good on the NASDAQ, man. That's all I got to say.
Well, I did a little bit more. So there's more trades here.
Okay.
Because I had the 8K stack in there. Now I'm going to 6K, and I just made the targets kind of greedy.
Let's see the difference, if you don't mind. Let's take a look at that screen again. I want to put in the difference here.
Oh, don't worry about it, dude. You're like it's going to take like, I would say I'm 1,000 compilings away from something that I would even think about using with real money. No, so don't even bother tracking it.
All right. No, I like to look at things in terms of if we change the wing incidence by 1 degree, well, how's it affecting the coefficient of lift?
We don't even know where the ballpark is, dude. You're making up. You're picking out clothes for a band that we don't even have yet. So
not at all.
It just
not at all.
Yeah.
Not doing that at all. No, sir.
Oh, you think you can tweak my robot here?
Not at all. I can't do anything with your
Right.
robot. All I can say is, all I can compare is when you do a 4-ticket drop versus an 8-ticket drop, bro. Why?
I know, but why compare it, dude? This is just. If this is 6 months of data, I'm just working on this robot. I mean, in other words, you're trying to design. You're picking out the upholstery for a car I didn't buy yet.
Fair enough.
Can you see that? Okay.
Fair enough.
It just drives me crazy because it's like it's a waste of time. I'm old. I don't got that kind of time, I guess.
Right.
Grumpy old man. That's my problem.
Makes sense.
No, I just wanted to do this and just see what this one looks like, and then if I get something good, I rename it, I save it. Now this is a big stack of 6, and what I did was I made a greedier target. See, my target's not getting hit now, so this will not make as much money as the bad ratio bot, and that's the paradox. This is how it is. Yeah, I've done enough of these. See how it blows it up? It never took profit. See how it blew it up? All I did was change my targets by a little bit. I'm going to make this super ungreedy. I'm going to put down at like 20. Just give me 20. I'm gonna put a giant stack in. I'm gonna put a giant stack in. I'm gonna say, just give me a baby chunk with a giant stop. I think I'm gonna go for like 12 tickets.
Oh.
This will be the really rough and ready, kind of like blow up the account or make a mint. So definitely the super scalper mode now. Let's see. Look at the stack. I put in 12 tickets, and my exit's right there. His exit's getting out. Always gets out. So this is the always gets out bar, and the end of the world stop in here. I want to see how much money it makes. See, it never hit that stop. You're risking the whole account here. Risking the whole account. It just keeps taking that money off the table. Now here's where it got hit right there. Look how it came. Look how it recovered, though. Jesus.
You had 500 trades that made nothing but money for you.
I'm up to 1,000 trades now.
Yeah.
I kind of fell back to earth a little bit. Here's what those guys' robots looked like last night. You see this stuff, you know. And I don't know what kind of money man, but see these kind of drawdowns. So this is like it's just packing into the sell side. It finally cashes out, starts to bounce out. It finally bounces out pretty good there, actually. You're still up. You're still up 130 grand over just 6 months. So you know.
And you were shorting the market that was screaming higher. Interesting.
Yeah, right. I mean, that was definitely the reason why I think there's robots. A lot of those people were robots. You notice they were making money lately. I'm not sure it's like that all the time because the swing bots just chew on up and down. They don't really care about, I think, the direction. Real swing bots just gonna swing for the trees there.
Correct.
I'm gonna do the pips apart bigger though. I'm gonna take that up to 12 again. Yeah, I just like having fun to see what kind of crazy, extreme. I should probably make my profits a little bit less underloaded there. Trying to make them taking something out of the market. I had it set to like risk 130 to make 44. That was pretty good.
That'll do well.
But once you go to 55, you're just never going to cash out of that. So because there's no money management to make the robot perform better, you just have to have these real high probability. You're getting almost 90% win rate.
You can do that. We've done it. Yeah, you can do that.
I mean, I'm going to make it now, so it's like, Lord, let me see if I can make it. Did I have it at 44? Yeah, I'm going to make it like 22. So this is going to be insane. Risking 130 to make 22. I'm kind of curious to see what happens. A giant stack, and
make money.
Yeah, that is crazy. Pip range. So I'm gonna try the 15 again. The 15 seems to be the best time frame for this setup right now. Oh, yeah, that should be it. Skip to the end. Wow. Man, it gets off to the races nicely, but it's going to get hit. It's going to get hit. But that's literally just, you can't believe the ratio on that, dude. We're risking 130 to make 22. Look at the recovery on that.
95% hit rate. You're going to have a 95% hit rate.
Oh, yeah, easily.
At least. I mean, you're not going to miss.
Of course, that's not as much money, is it? It's not as much money, but it looks dramatic. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I didn't make as much money because I got so early, but let me see what my hit rate is on that. What they say my
90%.
90%. Yep.
91. You're actually at 91%, bro. Come on. What was the average win to lose, roughly?
Oh, it's like, well, you're making 219 and you're losing 930.
Okay, so no, the only reason you lose 930 is because of the money management. No money
right.
management, no money
well, even if it had a
management.
sloppy like trailing stop, you'll lose 600 then, because those stops are sitting way out there. They never get moved. If you just move the stops and didn't change to take profit, it would be good. Yeah, if I go to
One moment, I gotta get this.
It's funny. It is, but it's true. Here, I'm gonna go for the big kahuna stop. I'm trying to make 55. Risking 150 to make 55. That may be too greedy, actually. 365 trades every day. All right.
Nice. It's worth 50 cents a day to me, just as it is. Right? I think you're up there with the $50 bots, no problem.
I'm gonna put a 12 hours expiration on this. That's what makes it super aggressive. I'm gonna go from 8 hours to 12. The same stops and everything. I just changed one setting. It's just dramatic. 599 trades in the last run with 8 hours. See, it blew up the account. See, it's too long expiration.
Right.
Too much exposure. But take it down to 4 hours ago. 4 hours is going to be less risky. Won't make as much money. Inversely proportionate, as they say.
You still have a high hit rate, man.
Yeah, the 4 hours to me a little bit better because it's really taking advantage of the fact that those things, the auctions are going away, and you want to delete those tickets because the robot's going to reload them. So when you do it, you want an 8 hour because you want to keep putting them in and get tendonitis. So if the robot's refreshing, he can do 2 hours, 3 hours, and that's the beauty. If you have a 2 hour robot, a 3 hour robot, I mean expiration wise. These things are constantly going away, and some guys pick it up, and some guys don't. They have a real giant net, a multi-layered net.
Love it.
Because you're not trying to build the Holy Grail bot, you're just building unique bots.
You're deploying the troops when they're supposed to go. That's
Yeah,
all.
I mean, you have to have a guy that just specializes in the radio. Guy specializes in, you have this bunch of specialists, really. Yeah, it's too hard to create a unified robot. I think it's almost impossible. The code would be, you'd have to run it on some mainframe or something. It's crazy. I don't know. It's not necessary.
Yeah. You also want to think about the fact that giving you this result doesn't mean it'll happen in real life, but you can pretty much.
Oh, right,
because
you can see anywhere on this, anywhere on here you could have you could have opened the account during a drawdown. In other words, you could have opened the account when the stop is wider than your account, and then you're gonna get kicked out.
Sure.
But I guess we knew that going in. We should know that. That's the disclaimer part, I guess. You could lose all of your friends and your life savings trading this robot. So I'm saving the ones that look good. So here's a good one. This is a 4-hour robot. It's the best performing robot I have so far. The settings in here.
Oh.
Yeah, it's going to pull back about 70 grand off the top here when it closes all open and pendings, but that's the biggest win I've had, shorting the market. Now I'm going to go. Here's the problem: I'm having a hard time with the. Let me just go back a few weeks and see. I need at least 3 months of data.
I know.
We go back to May. Yeah.
Tick data, or this is just bar data?
This is supposedly tick data. Every tick on a 15-minute chart, which is pretty high res because you got the 15-minute chart going on.
It is.
But it blew up the account, so there you go. See, if you start the account a few months ago, you just blew it up because your stop's too wide. So at any point you open this account up, there's going to be a problem, So you can't just throw robots at people and say, look at this. Over time it made, you're just lucky that you opened the account when it wasn't in a drawdown. That's all.
Exactly.
I mean, the people that follow and unfollow subscribe to those funds probably, they unsubscribe to they just blew up my account. I'm unsubscribing from them, right? I mean, but the robot's not designed for that market condition. It's a one-trick pony. It's custom.
Right.
It's curve fit or whatever. So, I don't expect too much. Go back in the Wayback Machine here. God, they let you go back that far? That's not impossible, is it? 2010. See what it looks like. See how my best performing bot probably get crushed just because I changed the look back. But I don't know how much data I can look back into. I may have to start I don't know what the bandwidth is because if my end date needs to be back there. I don't think there's enough history in here. I don't think you can look at that many bars. I don't know. Somebody said you get this other pilot data that's like other data you can test on, but let me see the starting dates like back there too. 2019. So 9 years somewhere in time. 5 years somewhere in time.
Wow.
I don't know.
Quite the run.
Oh boy. It didn't even run. It crashed. See, you cannot take a segment of data like that. It just won't work because it needs the header of the data to start the look back. It has somewhere to look back from. You can't just start in the middle of the road like that. Did you see I ran this on Bitcoin and it made money?
Okay.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Bitcoin climaxed too. So funny. I mean, one of the settings did make money on Bitcoin, but that was pretty funny. Let me see if I can do it again. Took a long time to look at it. A lot of Bitcoin ticks out there.
Sure. Maybe you were looking for shorts when everything was on a tear on the upside, so you may want to follow the flow. That's one way to correct it.
They had a winning streak there, but then it just kept blowing up.
Uh-huh.
Fuck. Yeah. Maybe the Dow Jones. I could just try the Dow Jones. That's kind of close to the same. Probably get no fill. Let's try it on gold, just for the fun of it. Seems to be loading. Once you find the decimal range for the robots are probably usable on a different instrument as long as they're within a decimal range.
This is the problem I'm having too, believe you me.
Yeah, once you find out what markets cross, you just have to, it's not that hard. You know, you find out what it costs to put on one position. And you find out what the thing is.
What you want to do is
The increments.
you want to pull, the issue is that every, different brokers use different designations when you're trying to pull the data off their feed. So some will say one tick is 0.001 and some will say 0.01, and you have to be able to communicate with their servers if you want to get the proper
Well,
data.
which broker are they going to use?
I think they're using FTX out of the Bahamas, if I'm not mistaken. Now, there is an MT4, because, you know, my motto is we can do everything, not anything. We can do everything. So what do you have in mind? MT4 is not a Python environment, but there's a lot of programming that's been done in the last, I guess, 10 years that allow you to do it. There's translation goes now. So pretty much everyone is coming to the point where they can get good data, they can do back tests that can show them if they're on the right track. And I think that's the most encouraging thing for people who are entering this journey. You know, demo trade, you know, and when you get good at it, you can maybe design your own bot, and away you go. And run it till the cows come home.
Wish it was that easy. Robots just, you know, get destroyed.
Constant supervision. Don't misunderstand what I was trying to intimate. You need to absolutely have at least.
You make it sound like a job now.
Oh, it is, bro. I don't know what people think it is. The way you're doing it is
Dude,
basically
they think
lifestyle.
that. No, they think trading is just driving around in a nice car.
Yeah. Okay, Lamborghini.
So they really think that, you know, if I only knew how to trade, then I could just sit back and make decisions that make money.
Just drink champagne in the back of the fucking Bentley. I gotcha. Come on. What a fucking joke. I shouldn't curse if we're on live. Yeah, it's not normal. People go for that stuff. I did find in the end, I found the document that I used back in the swarm days, during the swarm styles. That was, it was written by, it was a university somewhere that did it. I used it when I did my seminars. I had a handout, and the handout was 1 page long because I figured most people wouldn't be able to, you know, do more than that. 1 page is plenty enough. So the themes that I went through was game theory, escape to New York instead of escape from New York, wisdom of crowds, data set, central limit theory, Kelly fractions, and trading to double an original investment. And then the risk tolerance quiz was done by Rutgers. And it's pretty cool. It's an investment risk tolerance assessment. And you can take the assessment so you know, how you describe yourself. If you're on a TV game show and you can choose one of the following, which would you take? 1,000 in cash, a 50% chance of winning 5 Gs, what's behind that number 3? A 25% chance of winning 10 Gs, or a 5% chance of winning 100,000? So all these questions are kind of like slanted in a way. How many are there? 13 questions. So there it is.
Well,
That at least lets you know how to.
I think my question is going to be, are you vegan?
Right. You take a shot or 3.
Yeah. Do you
You rollerblade.
do you rollerblade? Do you take wooden nickels? Every now and then you throw in a money one. So you start. It's like you have free association. Every now and then you slip in like do you like
You like silver quarters?
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel about real money as opposed to fake money? And I think it's like nothing's going to prepare you though. People fill out those questionnaires and they say, "Oh yeah, I want to appear to be really a risk taker," and then when they get in the market, they just shit their pants. So, what's it really has to just get it. But who needs to trade really? Why even trade? Honestly,
this is the last question. Your trusted friend and neighbor and experienced geologist is putting together a group of investors to fund an exploratory gold mining venture. Hang on. The venture could pay back 50 to 100 times the investment if it's successful. If the mine is a bust, the entire investment is worthless. Your friend estimates that the chance of success is only about 20%. Now, if you had the money, how much would you invest? So the answers are nothing, 1 month's salary, 3 months' salary, and 6 months' salary. So, yeah, that's a pretty good question for people to see how much of a risk they're prepared to go down that hole.
Gosh, I don't know.
That's a lot.
Those are they're just not realistic enough questions, though. Nobody would make a decision based on that. It's so ballpark. What is it better to? I mean, those are.
Hang on. You know what? They got to put them into buckets of some kind, like high risk, medium risk, and low risk. So they're going to create questions like you imagine, questionnaires, and they're doing thousands of them, and they collate the ones that seem to create the different classes. So if you get a cluster, like you do clusters of trading, man, and it's fucking brilliant. But they do clusters of answers, and they can see the answers, and they can pretty much assess. Oh yeah, this guy's a medium risk. These would be the people that would, sometimes A.
Who came up with that? Who came up with that questionnaire?
I'm not. I could I could care less. I think it's helpful.
No, who came up with that?
Rutgers University.
Oh, that tells you everything you need to know about that questionnaire.
Buddy.
Think about how stupid that thing is. It should be like, will you risk a day's wages, a month's wages, or a year's wages? The problem with the guy that wrote that, he's an institutional moron.
No,
institutional moron.
Yeah.
No, he's not creating enough of a spec, dude. He's not capable. There's no contrast in that fucking question. It's a piece of shit question.
Okay, well, there's 13 of them.
And you have to know that's university fucking garbage.
Here's number 3. Just finished saving for the once-in-a-lifetime vacation.
Oh,
bravo.
Who's ever done that? I mean, these are unrealistic questions.
I know.
I mean, there's the headers bullshit. Dude, who wrote give me the guy that wrote that. I want to call him right fucking now. I'm pissed off.
University of Missouri. Go get him.
Oh, my God. What a fucking ivory tower shithead.
Right.
There, I said it.
Fair enough.
I just hate university think. It just makes me want to vomit.
Got a second, though. If you lose your job, would you still take the vacation? Would you cancel it?
What's that?
Like the question, was, you just finished saving for this, this vacation for a long time, and 3 weeks before you have to go. Remember, they said 3 weeks, which is about a month. Would you cancel the vacation, take a much more modest vacation, go as scheduled, reasoning that you need the time to prepare for a job search? Or would you extend your vacation because this might be the last chance you're going to go first class? So the questions absolutely have nothing to do with trading or anything else. This has to do with
right. No, I know that.
Personality. It's a personality type of situation.
Right, but what is the header is, what if you lost your job and you got home?
No, 3 weeks before you got to go, they fucking laid you off.
Okay.
Now what are you going to do? Are you going to cancel? Are you going to go?
I'm going to cancel. Because you know what?
Okay.
I never. See, the thing is the problem with these kind of things is that they're presupposing people go on vacation. I don't go on vacation, so I would say no, because there's nothing to cancel. I would have never set myself up for such a fucking stupid idea that if I go on vacation, I'm going to feel better. I just you know what? I'd rather sleep in. I mean, you know how much money it costs to fly on a plane and go on vacation and stay at a hotel? Have you ever done the math? It costs more to stay in a hotel than it does to live in your house.
42 times, man.
Does it cost more to stay in a hotel than live in your house? Then why would you spend money to stay in a hotel unless you're trying to get laid with a girl of the in the business of laying you, the lady of the night? I don't see the point. Or unless you're a rock star, unless you have that kind of money just to sit around a hotel. I guess.
Right. Well,
but why wouldn't you want to be a rock star? Because you live in a fishbowl and you just end up doing drugs and killing yourself. So what the fuck's the point?
Well, yeah, you don't want to be. Well, it was I can't pretend the stranger is a long-awaited friend. I mean, that's the line.
Well, I mean, it's terrible. Right? I mean, what are you gonna do? But no, it's funny that they have these. Once again, it's a low contrast question. It should be, what if you lost your job? You came on, got laid off. Do you cancel your vacation? Do you
go? Hang on. Do you extend it?
I'm thinking like
no. Me personally, I would extend it. I figure, fuck, I already lost the job. I may as well have a good time, right? So again, you canceled, and I'm like, let's roll. So everyone's
if I was trying to screen somebody,
okay,
I would have more than I'd have at least 5 answers, right? First one, would you cancel your vacation? Second, would you go to the plastic surgeon, change your face, and leave the country and file bankruptcy?
In
other words, I'd have more extreme answers because I want to see the guy that picks the super extreme. I want to see this guy. If he's kidding, I got it. So there'd be. In other words, are you kidding with that? The joke you put out, the answer you put out there sounds like a joke, but the problem with a lot of these institutional people, they think it's so inside the box that it's all box. You have a degree. Okay, do you know the nomenclature? I saw an ad. This guy was looking to hire somebody. And if I read the ad to you, you laugh your ass off. We're looking for somebody that can reach out to our team and it was all abstract speak. It was all buzzword bullshit. There wasn't one thing that said, can you pick up a pencil and draw? We need somebody who can communicate well in our team environment of our nested minutia galacticas, and if you're you're saying, what kind of job is this, dude? Is this
good team player? Hang on, good team player.
If I could just read the ad, I never saw anything like it in my life. I thought, really, who is this guy? Superman? No. The ability to correspond with agents in the. It didn't even say agents in the field, so you couldn't get a grip on what it was. All abstract buzzwords.
For sure not. Yeah, but if you showed up in a uniform, like ready to play football, I'm a good team player. I thought that's what the ad said. I mean,
right? Yeah. No, I'm ready. I'm ready to even believe in what I'm ready to believe in anything you believe in at the moment. So if you pay me enough money, I'm like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, I do that on the weekends myself. Don't feel bad. I do the same thing.
That's funny.
I beat my wife just like you. Don't worry.
Just like everyone doesn't.
Hey, I'm like what Sean Connery was it? Who's the guy that said she needs to go to hit upside her head every now and then.
Yeah, he's funny as hell.
Yeah, I just need a little bit of a.
But I think to me he was the original Bond. I liked him the best, but what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, suave and MacGyverish. The original MacGyver was James Bond. I mean, MacGyver
Yeah.
took it to the urban level where you could take a match and
Right.
break out of a safe if you had to. Take a paper clip and use it to jack up your car.
Oh, here's one. Hang on. Here's one for you. Here's a good one. Given the best and worst case returns,
It'll blow up if I
of
make it
these
1-to-1.
four yeah, here. This is okay. That's not as interesting.
Some guy
Because
said,
that's more of,
try
risk
making the
reward.
ratio. Try making the ratio 1-to-1. It'll blow up the robot if you make it 1-to-1.
Here's a good
The
one.
robot that he
here's
just
one.
wrote
Here's
has to
one
be
for you. Hey,
high
this is
risk.
perfect. Number 9. In addition to what you own, you've been given $1,000. You now have to choose between a sure gain of 500 or a 50% chance to gain 1,000 and a 50% chance to gain nothing. So there's your typical coin flip. Are you going to go for the coin flip? Is what it's trying to say. I mean, they're obviously masking it in.
Can I ask him a question? Can I scale in and do both?
Anything at all.
Can I
didn't
scale?
write this, but go for
Yeah,
it.
no. Can I scale in and do both? See, he's not making a very intelligent
No.
screening process because he should be able to say, would you put
It's not at
30%
all.
on this high risk thing and
Absolutely right.
60% on
Yeah.
the low risk? No, he's not really giving. He's giving these dumb leading questions. It's just so stupid you could die. You put a fork in your eyeball. It's just so painful because if you think about what he could have asked was so much more. People would be like, "Oh, I got to think about that." Okay, yeah.
Let's hear it.
And
Hang on. Let's hear the question for Jay. What was her question? 2. What was Jay supposed to be really settled in the head right away? Because her comments of "I just want to make the money" already kind of threw a red flag in my heart. Not in a negative way, but
Right.
wow,
It's like
maybe you're not in
saying
the
I
right
just
field.
want to be famous. I don't care what
Right.
for. I don't care what for. So in other words, she doesn't
Right.
even care how she makes it.
Right.
If you're gonna do binary options, I'll do that. If you do forex options, I'll give you.
I got
She
you.
gave somebody
Okay.
like 20 grand or 10 grand,
Wow.
and they blew it up.
Wow.
And in 6 months, they blew up 10 grand. So she's saying, well, she's apparently got the money because she's going to Belize and all this stuff. So she's got money, but
Right.
like, she's probably got a job that makes more money than she could ever make in trading to start off the gate. Besides, trading is not consistent income. People think, well, how can I get a consistent
No.
winning thing? You can't.
No.
In other words, it's a catch as catch can. There's no
Oh, you gotta start with 2 million to make 1 million. We know the story.
right.
As a side gig with a robot designed by Simpleton and Mr. Nick over there in England, you can give people they can listen, they can buy as many lottery tickets as their account can hold, and they're destined to make around 44 cents for each ticket. Destined, but it may not happen. Again, like you said, you
Yeah.
can start off in a bad period, and before you know it,
Yeah, if you open up
Bye-bye.
if you opened up a buy bot on limits on the euro dollar
Right.
when it's going at 20-year lows, everybody's limit bot blew up, and the only people that made money on that were the people's robots that bought every day it was down for 7
Right.
days with a monster stop. Now a big end of the day market bot, so it sees the market down, it pulls the trigger, or you do that, but why would you want to bother? All you have to do
Right.
is all I need to have is I need somebody to write the code that has the header that says market has moved 40 to 60 pips in the last hour. Launch this ticket. That's going to be my criteria, and then the other one is just what's the volatility of the last bar, but that's a different trigger point. Actually, all I need is how far did the market close. Instead, the range is not what I really wanted. That's all I could get out of that first guy. I don't want the range. I want the range for a particular bot, but not most of the time. Most of the time, I want it closed down hard, it closed up hard. Those are trading opportunities for a contrarian. So if your reversal trader closes up hard, and you want that reversal, and when it's going sideways, so you make more money from a doji bot and a market bot on close with limits. In other words, this market bot with limits. You sell, it's up 100 pips, you sell at the market with a 150 pip stop, and you pepper limits up there. But those are handmade by me. Then I have all these unique bots. I have 150, 200 pip per hour plunge bot, which are activated on the guppy. And I would write the guppy bot with it's got to take at least, the smallest is 10 pips because the spread's wide there, maybe 8 pips. It's not looking to skim the market. It's not a high frequency bot. But I would build the team of bots. I have a 300 pip bot system.
Right.
I can handle 300 pip moves when I'm not there. So there's a lot of times when you're sleeping and the guppy's down 300 pips, you're like, holy shit. Now, every hour or every 4 hours, there's a team of bots coming out every hour. There's a bot that comes out and says, oh, we've been going down for 2 hours. There's a 2-hour bot. Oh, you've been going down for, you know what? I'll add to that position too. So it builds a position for you. It's trading the way I would. To an extent, it's 20% at the market, 80% of limits. So you buy one at the market, you put 5 limits in. You buy one at the market, you put 5 limits in. The market's going down, down, down. If you look at the if you look at the 4-hour charts, how many times does it go down for 10 4-hour bars in a row? Sometimes it does. That's when the hedge bot comes in on the doji. So when it doji's out, it puts on a hedge. Now that's money management also. In other words, you're putting on a trade that's a winning trade to offset that limit that you're underwater on. So it's kind of it's not gonna make a lot of money, but it's gonna offset and cushion, and you're coming into limits too. So you have a hedge on. This is not something people could psychologically do, but the robots could do it. Some people don't want to be in a hedge, but if the robot's making money, let him do that. In other words, a lot of people don't like to do certain things. They'll hire somebody out, and you're like, why wouldn't you want to do that? Oh, I don't know. I just don't like to do that. So that is the only purpose of the robot.
Where do I send? I wanted to send you the last run that I remember now why I don't like the Euro USD. It's because it's the last thing that we worked on before they shut the gate on everyone. So where do I put this? Do I put it under FOREX? Do I put it under main? I want to show you the last run because I think it's it looks very similar.
But just share your screen. Yeah, just share your screen.
Say again?
Just I'll unshare my screen. Just share your screen.
Oh geez, like how am I gonna find it now?
Yeah, you go to right where it says voice connected, and then it says screen over there, and
okay.
You say just hit it and go. Pick the screen that you see on your desktop and click on that one because it's only going to do window at a time. I just one window at a time.
Okay, so it's right here. Now I have to go back to you. And I gotta go screen. I got.
Man, it's cold out here last night.
I don't know if you can see anything.
Did you hit share screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
FOREX Discord. This tab is using your camera.
Are you sharing the screen or the camera?
No, here we go. I gotta do the Chrome tab. Here we go.
In other words, you got to pick which one you see in your. You have like choices, I suppose, when you open your screen share. Yeah. Yeah, that's what the problem is having. When I switch accounts, I actually have to tell it to go to the other broker. So.
Is now something showing up?
Oh, I don't see your screen, but.
Select the tab. Oh, hang on. Here we go. I have to select the tab over here. Where's?
Well, you click on the screen that you see. So you say share screen and whatever screen
there it
you
is.
see.
I'm gonna share it right now.
Oh yeah, I got it.
I want you to, we were
It's
doing
blank.
a lot of crazy stuff. Don't worry about all the indications and all that stuff. That was stuff that we were working on. So this was very similar.
Wait a second. I don't see anything. I see 720 at 300 frames per second. Okay, there you go. All right. Right.
Oh, you don't see?
No, I see it now.
Tab?
Yeah, no, shit.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I see it now. Yeah. I'm just trying to zoom in.
We were going for the greediest targets we could find, and we found a point in time. As you can see, it's over there. It was basically 10 years ago, whenever it was, and yeah, it was about 10 years ago. And here we had it for 4 hours, using just some ideas and basically end of the world targets and stops. We did pretty good. So we knew we had a winner, and we were discussing how we were going to improve it. And that's when when the lady said you can't do this high frequency stuff anymore. We had an $8,000 drawdown, buddy. So, it was one of those things. You needed to really, like you said, you have to fine tune it, get the money management right, and you will find these periods of time where it's just an immense amount of money. I gotta stop sharing. Okay, I'm off. Okay. I think I lost him.
Yeah, what's up?
I don't know. I just closed it, so.
Yeah, right.
Just basically, it reminded me of you see all the trades in there. It's just crazy. It's like a cloud.
Yeah, it's nuts. So I don't know. I guess they banned this Matrix guy from the. He says he can't get into Discord.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I made a Matrix
I sent him a
guy.
link, but he says he can't get in. There's some guy here that in the chat that doesn't have a mic or anything. I really don't.
Right
I'm not kind of a mean. But I should get rid of these people that they don't have a fucking mic. They just listen. I mean, it's like, say something. You're in the fucking tech support. Say
Yeah.
something. Jesus. Are you host, administrator, and I can't. I don't have this. I don't have control of that channel. I don't have any. I invited you in, so I don't know why you can't get in, but so I'm not really into the Discord technology as much. Some of these young kids.
This is when did I first run into you? A week ago? Barely. So this stuff is all new to me. That's good. It's good stuff. It's good to see the young generation getting back into it. Now the old generation at least trying to.
I'm not sure they ever left it. Yeah. I have a crown. So what does that mean? Should I get a wand and be a wizard?
Should be the Queen of Sheba, she said.
Okay, let me see. Let's see.
That's it. So you're done for the day.
Yeah.
Heard.
Yeah, I gotta go play with the band. We gotta try to improve our lighting situation. I'm trying to make it look sexy.
Okay.
It's a chore because the band doesn't care. They're all just ne'er-do-wells. The one guy,
Okay.
yeah, everybody's. I don't know. It's a weekend warrior project. We only get together
Right.
once a week,
Right.
but
It's okay.
it sounds good to us, and I guess it's all about. It's an experience. It's not like a product or anything like that. Because it's just too. There's some amazing people out there. Our only edge is that we don't care. We play pure improv and we don't have a script. So that's the best part about us. We just don't care. I mean, it's a beautiful thing because you can just relax and play whatever you want.
Well, you got people there that are jamming to you, or just friends and colleagues?
Yeah. So it's like 4 people, and then we got we're on Twitch, so people tune in sometimes on Twitch. But we didn't promote it.
Well, you're not even promoting
Yeah, I can send you. I can send you the link to it.
I'd like to hear the band.
Yeah, if you send me your email, I'll send you a link to it. Yeah, we'll be playing tonight. We'll go on about 8 o'clock.
Twitch, another program I got to download again. On
Yeah,
the Chromebook?
Twitch is like YouTube, but it's kind of like for gamers,
Okay.
pure gamer site. But
Right.
they're putting music on there, and I met a guy from South London that was playing poker,
Oh.
and he had a poker channel. He was a gambler. And he came to FOREX. It was pretty funny because he couldn't get his brain around FOREX, but he just kept laughing about FOREX, how they're stopping everybody. I said, well, that's supposed to be your entry. Oh. Well, he tried to run some of my stuff, but he would put up indicators, and I go, what's that? He goes, I don't know, and he'd laugh. He goes, I just found an indicator. I go, what do you do with it? How do you get it? What's the signal from that thing? He goes, I don't know. He just laughed. He kind of gambled. He did a
Obviously.
people could tip him and stuff, and so and you have a real tip jar over there at Twitch, so you can really it's a really interactive. It's a gamer site. It's out of England. Yeah,
stuff.
It's pretty cool.
Well, the kids do communicate. I guess they have their own vehicles. They do it their own way.
Yeah, they're not using 2 cups and a string anymore.
They got a bit advanced from that time. Right.
Yeah, I just opened a Hugo account there. Yeah. The other one,
cool.
so I typed Hugo's way into the YouTube, and some guy said that Sage FX was good, and I'm like, holy shit, Sage FX.
That's cool.
And so
Cool
this
name.
is also another, like, you could just literally, I mean, it's supposed to have, it's got a cent account inside of Sage. So
Right.
I'm trying to build scripts for the cent account, and when I do that, I have to move the decimal point over, so I have to create I'll bring out my old cent scripts, but I'll have to modify them. So I'm going to try to write for, I want to see when the market opens. They're not letting me trade Bitcoin at Sage FX on the weekend. I did a drop just now, and I don't think they're letting you trade on the weekends, although you can see the price. So I understand, because they probably don't want the liability. Where Hugo's doesn't care. They let you trade everything. But Hugo, I'm going to write NASDAQ scripts.
I gotcha.
So I'm going to focus on the NASDAQ guys, because they're interested in fast execution, which I can design on the hotkey keyboard, and then I can do the well, the Trader's Way, I haven't got to that, but Trader's Way is going to be the same thing, where tight spreads, low commissions, and you're trying to just get that little burst of 8 pips to 12 to 4 pips, these scripts that are written in these little stack pack, that's in a 10 pip window.
Are you ever gonna let the robot just launch those for you, or you always want to have your finger on the?
The robot. Well, if I could have a robot that said the market just moved down, X on the 15, and it's going to throw in a hard coded bank, yes, but for the moment it's going to be 15-minute, 30-minute drops, 1 hour drops. So in the morning I'm going to trade the NASDAQ in the morning with the scripts.
Nice.
On hotkeys, and I'll say I'm putting in a 10K starting at $90 deep to 120 that lasts for an hour. Just press a button, or I wouldn't go past probably 30 minutes or 15 minutes. I was trading live, because in a live situation, 1 hour, half hour, 15-minute drops that are like layered in, and the market spikes down, rips back. You never have to trade at the market. No, it comes into your bank. You could add at the market if you thought, oh, that is the bottom. Bing, bing. Could have put a couple of market orders in for fun.
Market's right in there.
But the amount of money I made and lost on Friday morning, of course, it was the news, but it doesn't really matter, because I could have traded fatter if there was no news. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a calmer landscape if it's no news, and it's not going to kick me out. So I got kicked out quite a few times there, but I was able to build it back based on the scripts I wrote, based on $1.12 cost of buying and selling. That's the commission, so to speak, the spread. And so that's not bad, because when you pull the trigger, you're down $1, but on a 10 pip grid, if you watch the market play back on a 10 pip grid, you're up $10. You're up $10 all the time. All the time you're up $10. Do you get out? Do you get out? So do you get out? Now, when I hotkey mode, I did this about a year or so ago when I was one of those NASDAQ guys, and I had to take profits key on my hotkey keyboard, so I was just bing bang bong bang. I mean, I just took $20. I just took 10. I just took nothing. I just And if you start to get into that rhythm, oh my God! I mean, at the end of the day, you're up you're up $500, $1,000, and no drawdowns either, because you're just shooting gallery shit, right? You're trying to make 15 pips, 10 pips, but it's about the mode you're in. So if you get in the cockpit and you're a gamer and you're sitting there and you got your hotkey keyboard, and you can see, I can bring the hotkey keyboard up on the screen so you can see when I hit it, it'll light up. So when you have the macro open, you can see, oh, you just engaged that, right? So you can kind of see what somebody's doing. But it's kind of like, to set all that up, in OBS and stuff, I haven't quite got that far in OBS to have when you broadcast, you can have different, screens. You can have 6 screens going or something. I have a screen for the keyboard. People have the face down in the bottom corner of the screen, talking. So I can have what's happening when I'm doing that, and then what scripts I'm running on the banks when I hit the take all profits, close all opens, close. I got to find the scripts that are close all longs pending, close all shorts pending, so it's trade management. It's order management, I should say. Because when the orders become live, they get filled. Now it's money management when they get filled, but it's still money management exposure. Even if you're flat the market waiting to get filled, it's still how much risk. Somebody told me there's a robot, actually somebody sent me a robot that says, what's your total risk of pendings right now? And you probably look at that and see that decay over time. If you have a half hour, 15 minutes decaying and expiring unfilled, that's the whole point of the system, is that your exposure, you're picking per hour per
You're
15
You're
minutes.
actually doing the wave in, the wave out. Like the wave of money's going out, and then it'll all come back again if it's not going to get picked up. So you're basically kind of like a tidal pool. You're washing in and out, and your account has to be sensitive enough to be able to say, okay, this is where we're going to draw the line, and there's no more drops going to be going on.
Yeah, you can't put any more drops in unless the account has X, and using that silly percentage risk account.
No, we're not going to do that. You would never.
No,
do
but I'm
that.
saying
You'd never
know. See, because if you wanted to use that, you could, right? But what you're really doing there is you're saying the threshold is 3% risk of the account.
Right,
but in actuality, every ticket is 0.001% risk of the account.
Of course.
Some of those tickets are like that in dollar-wise compared to the size of your
You
account.
can go up to two-thirds of the account, and then I think the margin starts digging into you a bit deeper, right? Roughly?
What's that?
You could deploy 67%, two-thirds of the account, and then if it starts going underwater, the margin's going to become an issue for you. You may have to. I think I don't remember all of this stuff, but
Well, I mean,
when
when you run out of available margin, you can't put any new tickets on, right?
Okay,
if it starts
fair enough,
crushing,
so-
but hopefully you didn't drop. You see, if you did the stop analysis on each bank you dropped, then it would say if you drop one more bank, you're going to go under margin. The money management scanner or whatever, looking at your potential fill from the drops pending on the platform, then there's probably a robot that does that. I don't know where it's at, and I don't care because I usually just do the math in my head. I say I just dropped $300 of risk, and there's $2,000 in the account. Well, worst case scenario, I lose $300 today. I mean, you just have to look at it. I look at it like that, just like blockhead. I look at it in blocks. In other words, if you order the car and you get extra tires and wheels, you like anything else. Well, the nicer wheels are going to cost more and blah blah blah. But then of course you got to manage those tires. You got to put air in them. You got to check them. You got to make sure everything has a liability. There's no difference, and every ticket has liability. But if it's such a granular, entry.
You're spraying what you're doing is you're washing it. You're rinse and repeating, if you will. And you're doing it by being in front of the computer that hour when everything's got to be reloaded. So that's okay. I mean, you're going about your life, and then every hour or so you're going to rinse, repeat, and see how you did.
If you want to, I mean, that's during active hours. But for the most part, you want to get into a swing trade. I mean, I want some portion of that to ride for 8 hours to make 100 pips.
Right.
In other words, I have no problem trading the accumulation phase when it's chopping around, but let's face it, the big money is in riding 80 pips out of the gate after we've come off the floor and gone full auction and envelop. If you can see an auction coming, you should be able to, if you watch enough playback of prices, you'll see what the fuck just happened there. Okay, why is it just took out the high the previous day after it took out the low the previous day? Well, it's an auction, right?
Yeah,
it's a clearinghouse event, and it happens once a week it happens once a week. It's a weekly auction, I guess you go on. But there's 5-minute auctions where you take out the low of the 15-minute stack and take out the high of the 15-minute stack. Which one do you want? Do you want to make 8 pips at 2 standard lots, or you want to make 80 pips on 50K?
Right.
Are you a swing trader or are you a scalper? So people want to be a scalper till they lose their ass, Right. People want to be a swing trader till they lose their ass. Not lose their ass, whatever you're risking. I don't even know what these people are risking. So you're speaking, the problem with speculation speak is we don't even know who we're talking about. But I can say for certain is that whatever $300 or $1,000, that's why I'm putting $1,000 in these demos when we run this thing, is that that's a realistic amount of money. What's up?
So 500 is not really realistic. I'm just asking for a friend. 1,000 is really.
It depends how many tickets you're trading, dude. If $100 is realistic, if you're trading 5K a week, how could you fuck that up?
Gotcha.
I mean, think about the math. How long is it going to take you at $25 risk? Is take you 4 weeks to blow up a $100 account? Are you really that bad? You shouldn't be trading. That's all I can tell you. You should not be trading.
That's your
right. So that's your answers right there.
Stop.
Well, yeah. Well, 5K a week. You can't risk $25 a week. That's what the fuck is that? That's a 5K with a 100 pip stop.
Right.
That's 25. You can't trade 5K with a 100 pip stop and make money. You can't make 50 pips with a 100 pip stop and risk $25 a week on a $100 account. Then you shouldn't be trading. But most people are greedy. They go, I got enough margin. I mean, that's only if you put a 5K on at 1,001 in leverage, you know how much margin you're using? $5. There's $100 in the account. Can I put no, you can't put any more tickets on. See, this is the other.
If it
People are
moves,
so fucking retarded. They don't know what 1,001 means. They
No
don't know
one
what
explains-
1,001
no one
means.
explains it to them. Everyone thinks that they have $10 million to play with. That's the problem. That's the way they deke you out a little bit, man.
Well, no, because you're saying people don't even know they're in $1,000 of currency. That's like you going to the bank and getting $5,000 and holding it for a week until it goes up. The spread at the bank's 500 pips, so you can't do that. But
Yeah, you can't do that, right?
but it's the idea that you're controlling $5,000 and you're gonna like try to make $50 on this trade, risking $25, trying to make. But people aren't gonna do that because they saw some guy scalping and he just made
It doesn't make sense. It's not intuitive. It's not intuitive. I got you.
No, it's not that it's not intuitive. It's about the money per week. Who the fuck is trying to make $25 a week trading with a $100
no
account?
idea.
Who are these people? So, the guy that sees somebody scalping on
A lot
YouTube.
of our friends from Thailand and Indonesia and Colombia and India that only make eight bones a month.
Don't talk about it's not. Let me just talk about money. If you're making $25 a week,
A lot of money for some people.
wouldn't you rather make $25 in 5 minutes in the morning when you see a guy on YouTube doing that?
Of course we would.
Okay, that's the problem.
Okay.
People see that guy scalping and they go, well, who this goober over here trading 5K on a swing trade on some barely risking a $100 account? You're making up these things that, I mean, you keep, I know that you want to imagine a $100 account. You've got to be, you either you got to undertrade it so you don't blow it up, or you're really fucking good and you can make fucking $25 in the morning on a $100 account.
Beautiful.
It depends who you are, because some people. Here's the problem: that is people have been tainted by the guy that's on the 5-minute chart scalping, and he just made $1,000 with a $1,000 account. And they say, "I want to do that. I want to be that guy." And the beginner doesn't like. There are people that will religiously trade the demo and never open an account. There's a whole spectrum of people that are so fucking afraid to trade because they're afraid of being wrong, afraid of losing money. They told that trading is like money's the root of all evil, whatever it is, and that trading is not right because, oh, how can you just do that and it's not real work and all those other things. And then there's the people that just, to get rid, the show me the money girls, So how can I show you the money when you haven't decided how long you want to be in the market? The first question is, do you want to be in for 2 hours, 2 days, or 2 years?
Decided how long you're going to spend in front of the market. In other words,
or just watching, watching the price action,
or are
right?
you just in for a quick bunny hop?
Yeah, or do you?
Exactly.
Yeah, if you decide that you're going to really trade it, are you a market execution guy? Are you a pending order execution guy? Do you wait? Do you look at the fundamentals and you don't care? You just put a 300 pip stop and you go, I know that Russia's going to hell, so I'm put a 300 pip stop on the ruble.
Away we go. Yeah.
Right? I mean, the guys that traded the ruble made out, right? The guys that, when this dumb shit Biden did this thing, it backfired so hard that the ruble went up. I mean, it's so stupid to think. People are so stupid. They think it's a closed system. Like if I do this, nothing. It's not going to affect anything else in the world. Oh, really? So if you just drop these bugs to kill the other bugs, you think it's not going to fucking create the web of life problem?
You know that they created banks instantly to be able to do the transfer of American dollars and euros into rubles, which was the only way that Gazprom was going to sell you anything. You needed to buy it in rubles. So they all had double mixed accounts within a week. Let me assure you, right? So you're right. It backfired hardcore backfire.
Oh, and it should, because these people don't understand you're in a web of financial life. You cannot pull one rod out of the nuclear reactor without having it overheat. You just can't do dumb shit like that. You can't, because you want it your way, dude. The market has a way of self-correcting anything you try to do to it. You can't step in like the Hunt brothers tried to short silver. They couldn't corner the market because somebody's going to step in.
I didn't know enough about it at the time, but I heard that story a few times over the years, over the decades.
Yeah, you can't in a free market. You can't corner any market because somebody's going to step in. He's going to arbitrage you, dude. There's so many ways you're going to get crushed by just all the tools that have been laid out for years. People are going to start pulling the tools out of the box, these old laws that still exist. That's what's going to happen.
Sure.
That's what's going to happen in the oil market now. That's what's going to happen with the border. They're going to go, hey, wait a minute. They dust off these old books from 1700s. They go, wait a minute, there's a law here that says we can go fuck your ass over. And they're going to take that to court and they're going to win. They're going to drag that fucking
right.
precedent, that old dusted off president that you can't do this and you can't do. You watch and see, because with enough money, an attorney's going to go he's going to dig into the archives, and each state has their own constitution, dude.
Oh,
They
yeah,
could
baby.
actually secede.
That's
I mean,
the
if Texas
republic.
wanted to secede, they've already got the books prepped for that. They've been on the
Ready to go,
They,
baby. Ready to go.
because they're on the border, they've always been ready to bail. It's a war against the feds in the states. I don't think people realize the Fed is your globalists for the states. So they want the rules, even though they're arbitrary, bureaucratic, and they don't make any fucking sense, Orwellian. They just, everybody wear a mask. Even when you're taking a shit, everybody wear, and even though your shit smells, do you got to wear a mask?
This is the overreach of the federal government, which is why a lot of the states, which is why your union is very special in terms of the way that it works in the world. The United States was an experiment which worked beautifully, and the pandemic proved it to me. And you know why? Because Florida and Texas said, fuck you, federal government. We're going to do things our way. And they have every right to. And they legally are bound to do it because they have to represent the citizens of their own states.
Yeah, they have all these,
Am I wrong? I'm just making.
yeah, there's connection. They're kind of stuck with the format. I mean, it's hard to break a format. Like Trump couldn't even fucking put a dent in some of the formats. He just had to. He had to come through the back door. So the funniest thing is he's like, oh, it's going to be like that. Well, there's a back door. See you, bye. And so that to me is the fair and squareness of it, is that he's able to use the tools that are available to him. Yeah, I mean, but it's like the Democrats are so stupid. Yeah, they're so stupid. They just they just poked the beehive.
Yeah, you know what? In the bottom analysis, none of these people seem to have any talent whatsoever. Just in general, they just seem to be those careerist types of bureaucrats that really don't do very much but push paper around and show up at parties. They're not the players. They're not the people that were. Oh,
right. They're just along for the ride, man. They're along for the ride. In fact, the people, all the talking heads, all the spokesmodels, like the president and the vice president, they're just along for the ride. They don't even know. They try not to embarrass themselves, but every time they try not to embarrass themselves, they embarrass themselves more because they have no chops. They got no licks. They got nothing to say. They can't even improv. Now, the best improv was Trump. He just crack a joke out of nowhere. He go off script. But see, when you live in a regime where you're only allowed to say certain buzzwords, then you just hand it a script and you go for it. You try to get your hair right, get your clothes right, and then just read the script like a fucking goober. But
listen. That's what people want. People want the nice looking people on the TV.
Oh yeah, they want to feel safe, and they like. Listen, if a good guy, if a guy with missing teeth's telling me this story, how could I believe him? Look at his fucking. He doesn't even take care of himself. The people that take care of themselves supposedly are supposed to be believed. Well, how about the serial killer that brushes his teeth and cuts your fucking head off and rapes you?
Right.
Well, what's the difference? But that's just me.
It's funny. That's funny.
But it's really, people are so seduced. It's how it is.
Well, you can thank ATI. I'm going to go back to them because I read up on it and I wanted to see who won the contract. And you can't find any information on them.
On who?
Finally won on ATI.
API?
ATI.
ATI.
They're Department of Defense contractors, and they're in charge of. They do worldwide propaganda. That's what their main mission in life is. They won the warp speed contract. Trump had no idea what he was signing. Sign this, okay. Sign this, okay. You want a pen? Here you go. He had no idea what he was signing. I believe he read anything.
Right. Oh no. Well, look at the.
He had no idea what he was signing when he signed Operation Warp Speed. We can help people. Great. It sounds great.
Of course not.
The people that were.
No, he trusts the people underneath him.
Exactly, and the people around him were fucking greedy mums or bastards, as the saying goes.
Well, yeah, I mean, plus the thing is, here's the thing: Trump could not have done this in a million years. He couldn't say, "Listen, people, just live your lives. We're not flattening it. We're not flattening any curves. Just go along. It's gonna be fine." Like a place called Sweden, I think, did that.
Oh, I wonder what happened to the Swedes.
Oh, gee, how come they're alive? What a bummer. Oh well.
Canada has the same protocols as Sweden, Norway, Iceland, and Denmark. They all have some northern type of virology type of seminars. They're supposed to follow because we're all northern climate countries. We have issues with pneumonia and stuff like that, and the cold. So we had protocols. They threw everything out the window because Trudeau is a communist. He wants to be Chinese.
I think he wanted to show off of how he's going to protect it. These guys are so stupid. They think that it's virtue signaling to care how much you care about, show how much you care about people, to the point which you smother them. It's like smothered with love, you know. He wants to be your daddy, and he wants to. He gets off on it. He believes that he's amazing. He's so sad that he thinks he's amazing. Like Kate Bush, so amazing, so amazing. But no, it's sad. What a wake-up call it's going to be for these guys.
I didn't want to talk in the wind. Yeah, he thinks he's
so amazing.
Listen, he's a drama teacher. What do you want? These guys playing an act. He's a meat puppet.
Well, I mean, it's him and Gavin Newsom ought to get together and have a parade. The parade of the elitists.
That's the best. Let's fly in and I wonder whose private jet had the least carbon footprint when they flew into Davos this year. Did they check that?
Yeah, can we have a carbon footprint contest? Bring all the virtual signals and bring in your little Cessna that's got a low carbon front. He's flying a Cessna now. He cut way back.
I love it. He's flapping his arms.
Yeah, you won't see Trudeau in a diesel truck.
Can't get rid of him, man. He's joined forces with the other party. So.
Oh, really? He joined the Conservatives? He's with the Rhinos of Canada. The Kinos, conservative name only. The Kinos.
Sorry, it's a bit hard to hear you.
So he's with the Kinos? Conservatives in name only? Poor Trudeau. He couldn't make it as an actor. He should get together with that guy over in Ukraine. He was warm up there.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, they call him a Kino instead of a Rhino. They call him a Kino, conservative name only.
Nice.
The guys that so what they got the Uniparty over there now, right? Once you go Uniparty, man, you're fucked.
We're fucked. I'm looking to get out, buddy. I really am.
Yeah, it's time to build an exit hatch, an exit tunnel.
Something. I just go, go through the Indian reserves. It's not hard to get around.
Oh, really? Just go through the common law. See, we have common law here. A lot of common law guys got crushed by ordinances, and in other words, the ordinance overrides common law and the Constitution sometimes around here.
Oh, looks like it. At least people thought it did.
Or tradition.
They didn't have the background, though. They didn't know how to fight it. Yeah, Bitcoin's an interesting coin. I mean, it's... I don't know. I don't know if it's hit the ball. I have no idea what to say about Bitcoin. But I know that it does lead a lot of the other coins. Like the other
I think it's the biggest market cap, so it's kind of stable.
Yeah, so it's kind of like if you watch the NYSE tick while you're trading the E-mini, or you're watching another actual currency vis-a-vis the currencies that you're trading kind of routine. So there's I've always felt that if you can look at another market to give you an edge of some kind, try it out.
Yeah, I wondered about that. I was going to talk about this morning, but thing is that here's the deal. See, look at crude oil, you look at Bitcoin, you look at the S&P, you look at gold, you look at the.
And they're all dead in the water.
Well, no, I mean, if you're trying to make correlations based on historical correlations, the old saw was, the saws have changed because it used to be a crude oil move, gold would move with crude because it takes oil to take gold out of the ground. So you'd see a synchronicity between the commodity index. So you see corn go up, you see all this stuff go up. Well, gold didn't go up.
No,
And so here's the big problem: is people go, well, it's priced in the market. Maybe it's overpriced. It's priced. You can have it every way you want. It's not helping you put on if you're a trader, it's not helping you find your stop limit or how much you're going to risk. So that's not helping you in that. But it's mental masturbation about speculating about markets and making calls and being an analyst. There's no money. I get that people like to guess, but boy, doing intermarket correlations, tried it for so many times. I'm like, well, this should go. If that's going there, that should go there. There's no shoulds. There's nothing should do anything.
Nothing. Yeah, no, you're right.
So it's a big. In other words, you end up falling into this thing that maybe if I just did this, no, that's not going to work either. It's more like nothing's going to save you from losing money.
Of course not. You have to be prepared to. And
it's just how much you're losing. You're going to lose how much you're going to lose.
Well, you know what? And that you can determine how much you want to lose.
Right, you can do that up front, and if you have a hard number, then it's so. Here's the way I'm looking at it. If you're going to risk $50 a week, and that's now you're going to trade with 10 pip stops. That's 50 tickets, but you probably get stopped here. So be realistic. Maybe run 20 tickets. You risk 30 pip stops on 10 tickets. Now you're risking $30 a day, $30 a week, whatever the number is. And you stick with that until you build the account. You know,
exactly.
I mean, if you really are starting under 1,000, I think you're trying to build the account, not just draw $200 a week off a $1,000 account.
No, it should be part and parcel of the plan.
Right. So some of it needs to be rebuilt. Some of your profits stay in there. So if you make 400, you take out 200. You make 300, you take out 150. Let the stuff and don't get aggressive until you get to a bigger number. Don't start to try to size up because you think you know what you're doing.
Right, you don't.
That's the death of most systems and most people, because they're like, oh, this is so fucking easy. Next time I'm gonna double up. I really got this pattern down. Trust me. You could be trading for 50 years. You could be trading for 50 years and you still don't got that pattern down. There's no pattern to get down. No, it's not. It's not because every pattern, every snowflake's different, and that pattern may be a 40 pip triangle or 80 pip triangle. That trade plan you used last time ain't gonna work. Whatever tickets or whatever stomps you ran in money management, those are gonna be unuseful in that giant triangle.
Yeah, after 30 years, you know diddly. Okay, that's the bottom line. You know nothing.
Well, it's the old creed. The more you know, the more you know you don't know.
Yeah, of course. Because
you realize how big the world is. The more you know, you see all the rabbit holes in every category.
With Nottingham Castle and the whole forest for the fucking Jolly Rogers and the Robin Hoods. I mean, like, what the hell's going on over here? I mean, imagine you just got dropped onto the planet, and you were Rumpelstiltskin for the last 10 years, and you show up and you hear.
Oh my God! You just busted me. You just busted me. Thanks. You just busted me.
Why?
I'm Rumpelstiltskin. God damn it.
Okay, so
I thought nobody would find out, but no, go ahead.
I thought I was Rumpelstiltskin for this shit.
No, you're the gobbledynger of my Rumpelstiltskin.
Fair enough. So the bottom line is this. I've never seen so much mishigas in one place as I have in this whole Forex world. And I'm happy that you were the
it's giant. It's international.
It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. They did a great job selling this idea. It's
not too much different than the stock traders I've met that fall in love with stocks and refuse to look at the actual fractal nature of the stock. But you get people that just I love IBM. Do you love that stock? Oh yeah, I buy their stuff. I got an Apple phone and I bought Apple stock. You bought it in a fucking high of the year. I don't care.
I don't mind.
But these aren't traders. These are investors, and it's like gold stackers. They don't care. They'll buy gold if it was dropping like a rock. They're probably scaling in.
They're buying more. Yeah, no, I agree. I totally concur.
So I don't think I'm ever gonna,
You have to figure out with whether the girls like Gloria, whether they're going to be in front for an hour, 2 hours, 8 hours. They go to work. What are they doing? And then figure out from their lifestyle how they should be positioning themselves. to at least get a solid run at this if they think that there's something they can do. And I think anyone can do it. And my nephew learned how to trade relatively easily. But then again, he's a guy. And he's got a lot of eye-hand coordination with doing all the gaming with the mice and this and that. So it wasn't hard for him. And I understand why a lot of the E-mini characters that are younger, they've got that gaming, let's call it, they have that eye muscle, they have that eye-hand coordination, and they have the muscle memory. So it's kind of like you're fortunate because you play, so you understand, you know, what it means to force the fingers to go in a direction you never tried before. It really, really carves out certain things. So you've got a completely, I think you got a different view of the market because you play an instrument. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I think so from the standpoint of the rhythm of it, you know. If you look at the closing prices, to me that's the pulse, that's the beat. Up, down, on the closing prices. And the wicks are just like the, like when you hit a symbol, there's more of a sustain. So your sustain, that's kind of like the sustain part you're looking at. But yeah, to me, it's like, yeah, I'm trying to jam with the market instead of expected to play a song that I want to play. So when I play with the band, it's just improv. So I'm trying to improv the market, and I'm saying if I have the toolbox, I know that I could whip out this this tool to capture some price maybe, and you know, it's an imagination. I'm imagining the trade, you know, and I guess you have to have some imagination, because if you're the kind of person that's a checklist rule algorithm guy, you're not going to think, well, what if? You don't think what if too much. You think uncertainties of like, okay, when I get the signal, I press the button, I'm risking X, you walk away. Now that's a less, you know, that person's not as curious. They built a system, they're done with it. I mean, there's people that are curious and people that are just, okay, this is how it goes.
Listen, not everyone's going to spend the next 10 years learning the currency pair that they fell in love with the first week that they tried it, right? That's not going to happen very overnight.
Oh, no. But it's all right. I mean, everybody's on a different page. I think the people that come to, I mean, the Forex thing is so approachable that I just opened 2 accounts just now. It's 2 seconds, you know. I could be trading. I could be trading Monday morning with Bitcoins. So, you know.
Nice.
It's not like that. It wasn't like that in the old days. In the old days, you go down to the brokerage firm and you fill out a thing. Oh, I just signed up with a broker called Pepperstone just to see, because a lot of people are using the robots here. Oh my God, dude. You should see their application. It's old school bureaucracy. It says, what's your net worth? I put $1 zillion. How much money do you have? I put $1 million. It's so hilarious. How long have you lived at the address? Dude, I'm just trading with a fucking robot margin call. There's no way you can lose more than I got in there. It's not a real brokerage firm, but they got the papers from the fucking Chicago Board of Trade in there for you to fill out. Can you give references of your I'm surprised they asked for my social credit score in this application, but it's like, that's how it is, you know. Yeah, actually, social credit scores have been around for a long time. It's called background. It's called your credit score.
Credit check. Yes.
Yeah, it's been around for about 40 years. Background. Yeah. They call it social credit score because they want to, you know. Don't forget that the right wants to sell newspapers too, so they come out with these outlandish overshoot the runway, like they're coming for our guns, dude. There's no way they ever could. They're just bullshit laws about, oh, that's that's a rough-looking weapon outlawed. Okay, whatever. I mean, there's so many fucking guns. There's no way.
But you can't get them all. No,
but the purists, you know, so just the same token as the utopianists on the left with the tree huggers, you got the other guys on the other side saying the same utopian world, like there's an answer for everything. No, this is just not. No. It's not always an answer for everything. Some things, they just are. You have to deal with it. There's no getting around abortion, dude. Women have the right. It's in their body. It's in their body. You can't force somebody to take something to term. Yeah. And you can't make somebody have a baby.
I thought that discussion was over, man.
I thought we knew that. But the thing was, it's a state-funded. That's why the Republicans lose it, because the state's paying for that. Yeah, if you wanted a private abortion, I'm sure you get that done all day long. There's no doctor that would turn that down. I mean, there's doctors that would be willing to do that procedure privately, without without funds from the state. It's when the state gets involved, right?
Sure, they would. Sure.
Yeah, private surgery is
for everybody else, right?
Private surgery is the way to go.
Sure, they do.
I'd rather pay the doctor directly than have it go to the administration of the hospital. I'd rather have the doctor work out of his home with a nice little tasty home kit with all the same bells and whistles of the big fancy hospitals and get the fucking job done for a third of the price. That's what's going to happen one day. You know, people find a way. Once you make it so it's undoable, people just go home. They do their own fucking thing.
Yeah.
They grow their own food. They knit their own clothes. But the problem is, it's such a spoiled world, dude. We are so dependent. Think about baby formula, dude. I'm sure there's a way to make your own home brew that's better, but the dependency on this thing that it's certified, the FDA is certified and it's ready to go, and I can count on my baby's not going to die. Dude, your baby could probably starve for 5 days and still live. I mean, think about it. I've heard stories of people going through, like, they're in the mountains, their arms caught in the thing, they're stuck for 5 days, they're still fucking alive, man. I mean, people can take, I'm not saying they should take that kind of punishment, but we're not as fragile as the news would make us.
We're built for punishment, for sure.
We really are. Your bones grow back stronger after you break them. It's a known fact.
Sure.
It's some German guy came out.
I think we have to be a resilient creature because we're depending on wherever we were. There was always other men to contend with, spears, arrows, all kinds of stuff.
Right.
There was always raids going on. You were always on your guard.
Well, I almost think the kids that play games are trying to replicate that part of their reptilian brain, so they want that first shooter thing because you're craving that in some way. You're either going to throw dirt rocks at each other outside, if you have the virtual version with the goggles, then stay home and do it.
Perfect.
You know?
Yeah, that's what they do. The circuit's activated, no doubt. They know.
No, they want that. That's what do they call it? The endorphin rush of, you know.
Sure.
Yeah, people like that thrill. I couldn't understand. You know, kids. People go to the state fair. They go to carnivals and they get on rides and risk their lives. I never understood that. I mean, these rides are so feeble. I mean, they're not precision maintained. This isn't Disneyland. This is a traveling road crew, and people die on these rides. I'm like, dude, really? Just for a thrill?
Right.
You can't buy a thrill, you know.
Well,
it's pretty tough.
I think they did some blood work on people that were like Daredevil, like Evel Knievel style people that fly out of airplanes, that they go up for fun to jump. They do all kinds of really, really right on the edge, dangerous, you could die kind of stuff. And they found that they're actually low. I don't know what the hell it was. It was a B something protein type of
Oh, yeah. So they need to have the
that
stimulation
in their brain. So they needed that extra charge of flying over the mountain, whatever it was, to get that into their system. So it's just micro doses amounts of stuff that really control the whole environment that you're living in, as far as I can see. It's just minute amounts of stuff. If they're off kilter, you got issues. You know, you may have ADHD. There's all kinds of things that can cross.
Some of this stuff is pure bullshit. ADHD is just fake. These are all fake things to sell drugs. Everybody has ADHD, dude. Everybody's OCD. Everybody. Because you don't see people walking around that didn't wipe their ass after they were in the bathroom. So you could say, oh, I'm really worried about... Yeah, I mean, everybody's a clean freak on some level.
Sure they are.
It's just like everybody's testing positive. They want everybody to test positive. They want everybody to be autistic, whatever the other. So when I was a kid, they tried to give me Ritalin because they said I was ADD. So the ADD was created up by the pharmaceutical companies, and they put it in the PDR thing. And next thing you know, you're bipolar. Yeah, I'm bipolar. I mean, I'm happy sometimes. I'm saying, oh, you're bipolar. Like, tell me about your day. Do you get pissed off? Okay, mark you down. It's like that questionnaire you just read. I can make you anything I want. Well, let's see. Do you get happy? Yes. Do you get sad? Oh, you're bipolar.
Right. I got it.
It's so fucking retarded.
Welcome to Clown World. What did you think?
It's a classic.
It's a classic clown.
I like the restless leg syndrome pills that may cause gambling if you take them.
Okay.
Have you seen that ad? Restless leg syndrome pills may cause gambling. Look it up. Type that into Google. You'll see there's a warning on the label. These pills make you either start scalping or go to Vegas.
Oh my God, that's what's going to happen when you take this pill?
Well, it's a possible side effect, so who wants to risk it?
Whoever signs up, you send in a 30-day supply of the pills, so they just keep going. Oh man, built-in marketing, huh?
Yeah, I tell you, man.
Try a free
I like
sample
the
of
soft
our
sell. I like the. Please don't buy this. Where
Right,
can I
please.
get one?
It's not
No,
for
I
you.
like
Not
the.
for you. Not for you.
Yeah, it's not for. You know what?
You know what? You know what it should be called? Trading is not for you. It's not for you. Forget about it.
It's not for you. Move along.
Not for you. That's funny. You'll laugh. You'll have a good time with that one.
It's not for you, robot.
Not for you.
I got to work on the name of my robot.
Oh, I think not for you.
The dragonfly sniffer.
No, but you have the dragon tail and the bewitcher. You should just call it the bewitcher, because I'm all betwitched and bewitched. I don't know what's up or down.
Comes with a decoder ring, so you know whether to go long or short.
Get the right color on your decoder ring. Make sure it lines up.
A lot of people have gotten
Getting back,
hurt when they
you're
didn't line
absolutely
that up
right.
properly.
I think that people, if they're going to do something meaningful for themselves and take it seriously, I think I'm looking maybe more at the more passive players. You're looking at the serious ones that really want to really start educating themselves and getting into it a little bit more, which are few and far between, but when they go hardcore, without a doubt. They want to learn everything and they want to do everything and they will. They just have that personality type, you know. Those players should start with demos. So should the passive guys. They should start with demos, learning the basic movement. You can't, like you said, one simple note. That's it. Start off like that, and I think you're absolutely right. You can show them the rhythm. You can show them what's happening, and they can learn. I mean, that's the way to learn it. I think one note at a time. And when they get to the point where they can play a whole chord, well, they understand what they're doing. There's no more hand-holding there. Put on your, pull up your big boy pants. You're on your own. You can do it.
Pull up your unisex pants and get out there and start trading.
Better right now.
I'm going to be a trading coach in the morning. All right, everybody. Now get ready now. What we're going to do here is we're going to do pip push-ups. Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and don't forget, now I want you to work your mouse finger because we're going to be clicking on a lot of tickets today. Now you know how to work your thumb. No, we could have a whole warm-up session because you got to get in the right mindset to trade.
Buddy, you're going to do yoga before you
Yeah,
the computer.
dog down on your pips.
That's
Now,
it.
what's your-
See where you are.
Did you see that dog doing yoga? Where the guy's he's in Italy. The guy's doing yoga and his dog's doing yoga next to him. It's hilarious.
Yeah, having a good time with him. Sure, stretching.
He looks over. Dog's doing dog down.
That's cute. I like the idea that that you can actually enter this arena, and they give you all the tools you need for free. And I think to myself, what an incredible marketing idea.
Absolutely. You get to drive all the time, demo drive every car in the lot.
You could try everything. Don't you worry. Step right up. You can try all the rides.
Well, the biggest thing was the robots because you could just, have the robot. You can find the dream bot and have it trade on the platform.
But
So
listen,
what?
Some people get stuck there, Simpleton. They get stuck in backtesting
Well,
hell. I've seen that.
You see, this platform has changed over the years. So MT4 years ago, when you went, there was nothing called market or signals, and then they added market. You could buy the robots, and they integrated the internet into the terminal window. So when you open the terminal window, it's logging into the internet. It used to be you had to go to an icon inside of the tree of the directories to open up and see more. It's called more. So now they made it part of the platform.
Okay.
So you're looking at your terminal, you can look at signals, you see how that's going, that going. You subscribe for free to these signal services. At least You can see what it's
So
doing.
these signal services, they've been going on for a long time, which is what you.
Some have been going out for 5 years.
Yeah. Now, yeah, you can see some of their data is going back 4 or 5 years, no problem. Now, my question is, when you subscribe to them, what are you getting a piece of software? Are you copy trading them in the MT4 style of life? I have no idea what's going on.
I think that you're probably downloading a connection to it's got to be a copy trade, or maybe, well, in some cases, if you go to the market side, not the signal side, go to the market side, you can just buy a free robot. You can't see the source code, but you can change the settings and create versions of it.
Sure.
But those are your typical MACD sites, looking at all this bullshit, coming up with it might even be that one guy last night we were looking at it. He had something that was like a neuronet bullshit, which is the biggest crock of bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Is neuronet trading. It came out about 10 years ago. It's going to look at all the news headlines and pick out keywords and pick the. How can it pick the direction of the trade based on keywords? This is stupid. But people buy that shit. I hate ads on the radio about that. Our things look at the headlines and keyword searches. Dude, unless you're trying to promote a website, it's no good for trading. Unless you're trying to bring people in and see what the trends are in clicks or hashtags. But it's not going to help you in trading. You're trying to bring a technology into trading because you think that, this thing could sniff out opportunities. No, that's like marketing, trying to sell something, isn't the same as trading.
Well, that's what that. Yeah, you could listen. Everyone I know jumped on that bandwagon at the same time. I know I did. We did artificial intelligence.
Yeah, artificial intelligence, right? There's not even intelligence to be artificial.
Hang on a second, hang on. I'm with you. Hang on. This was all promotion, buddy. We have artificial intelligence as well as high frequency trading. Now, can you top that, Mr. Johnson? Ooh, really? So, yeah, you're right. This is all marketing shtick, without a doubt. It's all marketing shtick. And God bless them. There's a whole ecosystem of people creating robots. Some of them are free or better than the ones that you got to pay for. $5,000. Ridiculous, man. Homie, don't pay that. I got you.
$5,000 a month.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, come on.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Just
give me your first
if people
already.
only sign up for 2 months, I think he's counting on people bailing after the first month. He goes, well, at least I got $5,000. I could have charged $50 a month for 10 years, but why do that?
I got news for you. I was doing the math today, and I realized my friend Bish Bash, he got back from his vacation. He's got 200 members. I think it took him about 2-3 years, whatever, to get the members. But they all paid a couple $100 for his video series and to chime in with him. Usually, he's on his own Discord. And there's a lot of really nice people on it. And I thought to myself, $200 from 500 people is $100K. It's a lot. That's not bad at all. So if you started off with $100K of your own money and you got $100K from everyone else.
Yeah, you just come in hot, and then if they die away, you've banked enough that it's okay. It's like a scalp for them.
No, exactly.
They're scalp subscribers.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to.
No, the guys that look like they have good performance, they got more than one robot. If you go to their site, they probably have the free bots, and then when you go to their site, they've got the $30 bots, the $60 bots. That's what I would do. Is if I wrote a complicated bot, I would definitely have the up-level version. Oh,
so you're still broadcasting on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, didn't know.
That's all right. The SWAT team won't be there for an hour.
I'm buddy. I'm right prepared. Don't you worry about me.
you got some Kevlar on right now?
No, Look, I had the best shot in when we did basic training, and so I had the best shot. They wanted me.
Oh yeah, you're the sniper.
Oh yeah, no. Listen. They gave us a Kalashnikov. A 1915, 16, 17 Kalashnikov.
Wow.
Right?
Vintage.
With the manual sight on it. Now, I was the only one, I guess, that had the common sense to take the first shot and then calibrate from there. Where did the puff of smoke end up? You got 4 shots. So I knew the first shot was a gimme. There's no way I was going to hit the target. We have to calibrate this thing, range and whatnot. So the first shot was up to the right. So I just calibrated, moved down a little bit to the left, and then bang, bang, bang. So it's so funny because they pulled down all the targets and they had everyone line up and they're like, okay, who was on track 13? And I stepped forward. They're like, no fucking way.
You didn't look like the type, huh?
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way this guy shot it. There's no fucking way. So fun times.
Yeah, that is amazing, isn't it? That so you were just good at it, or you'd already practiced before you got there?
No, you know what? I just think I had the
right. You gotta be relaxed and just barely pull the trigger. No, you can't jerk the trigger. So
no.
You gotta be a smooth squeeze.
Yeah. You have to be very, very, very gentle with it. But to make a long story short, I'm happy that you're on the mission of helping people. I think that's the most important part of this whole discussion for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like the problem most people have is they can't connect in analyzing the market to how they're going to actually do the trade. So if you make it okay to get into an area instead of get into a precise, you could at least help yourself by buying 3 tickets at separate prices. Even if you have a strategy that works, you'll find that if you can have 5 different entries, you can pull off 2 and say, okay, well, I scalped and let the rest go. And once you get used to scalping and scalp and ride, because the big money would be in the smaller position that makes the 80 pips. But if you can learn how to make it okay to get in and out of the market to make 12 pips on back and forth, as opposed to taking the stance of, well, there's a setup on the daily, I'll put a stop 3 days back, I'm going to get in 2% of my account, and let's see what happens. Now, the only problem with that I see is that if you're above 50 years old or 60 years old, you're like, well, how long is this going to take me to make money? Now, if you're 20 years old, you could probably trade like that, because I got 3 weeks to get paid. But the older you get, the more you want to get good at trading and be a day trader, right?
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying for myself, because it's like, don't you want to bank at the end of the day? You're flatten up.
I'll tell you what it is.
Flatten up.
When you're young, you figure to yourself, wow, the banks are paying 2-3% interest on your money. If I do this, I can make 5%. If I do this type of thing, I could do this percent. So the percentages that people are really used to are very low, because that's the difference between investment and trading. Trading is a completely different beast. Some of the top guys that I know, if they're doing 8% a month, like the guys in Switzerland, guess what? That is completely unrealistic to people who are investing and they're happy to get 8% a year. So they can't wrap their heads around that kind of a concept. And when you're showing people how glorious some of the market orders interweave with some of the swing and some of the rest, when you're showing them, okay, it's a demo, it doesn't matter. You're pushing the edge if you want to see how far you can push this thing. And you're showing them a 1,300 account up to 4,100, and you're too busy flipping burgers and talking to me, then it goes back down, then it comes back up. I mean, like, you're basically showing them the absolute chaoticness of the whole thing, plus the fact that, yes, you could walk away with 4 Gs. It happened right in front of you while you were just hanging around. So how do people wrap their minds around that? Simpleton, when we first fired up the engine, when we first got the first code on Fish Finder, we were just stunned, man. We were stunned, like, what just happened, right? So a lot of people watching you are like, what the hell is this guy doing? I understand their perplexity.
Well, it's a lot of tickets. That's what people said when they saw it. They go, how do you manage all those tickets, and how you tell where you got in?
Yeah, we're going to get money management into that, so they don't blow up by putting too much in. I could see people over trading your
fucking yes.
Yeah.
See, okay, so like in terms of getting lucky that you ran the range trading stacks during range trading week, and then the market went berserk. When it goes berserk, those stacks with those hard stops ain't gonna work. But the guy that built the hedge or built the directional, he built a position anticipating the break out of this like 5-day rectangle of flagging triangles, and that guy makes a ton of money because he kept building from the bottom of the rectangle, anticipating a break out of the top. So all his trades are already in profits a little bit, and he's been scalping maybe during the accumulation phase whether it's 8 hours or 12 hours. And then the next market opens. He sees it move up into the void, and he's like, "Wow, this is great." Now, there's somebody on the other side of that trade probably selling in a bigger grid, doing 100 pip swings around you. So the idea that there's one way to trade is kind of ridiculous. It just depends on how deep in the market, how close to the market do you want to be, and how far underwater do you want to go to make a lot of money?
How much can you handle?
How much can you? So it's different getting stopped out than holding a drawdown. So if you look at your platform and you're down $100 or $300, that's different than being stopped out waiting to get filled in limits because you put in tight stops. The only problem there is you got to rebuy the spread and everything.
Well,
and the commissions. That's a problem.
Yeah. Or dissipate
reloading.
the tickets, make them faster, make them disappear in 15 minutes as opposed to a half hour. There's a lot of little things that you're going to learn as you catch the rhythm of the song, right? So I don't think people are going to step up.
Like they say, there's no way to shortcut experience. So
of course not.
You just really have to find a. That's why I say if you start with one instrument. You know, people want to buy a whole recording studio. I know people that bought a piano, a guitar. They're like, I'm building a recording studio. Dude, you can't even play one of these instruments yet. Why did you bother?
Why are you bothering, man?
But they love it because they saw some guy do it.
Hang out. He wants his friends to come by and play and record them and be cool. I don't know.
Right. Some of it's just a hobby, so nobody really cares in the end.
Right. Well, buddy. He's like that guy in the commercial for the Carmen Harmon, what was the speakers, and the guy sitting there and his hair is flowing back and his tie's in the air, like the sound, like the.
Oh yeah, the Maxwell.
Yeah, that was
what was that? Maxwell tape.
Great ad! What an amazing, like they really had their chops in the 50s, 60s, 70s. They really knew how to get things sold.
Well, they were pretty clean on the commercial there, and they would. You notice there's no hidden agenda in that, other than sound.
No. It's just this is what we can do. Different creativity.
Yeah, those were the days when things were clean and simple.
I agree.
But they still are in a sense. It always comes down to the simple in the end. You can't get around it.
Well, that's what. No, you gotta keep it simple, silly. It's the KISS rule always rules.
But there are people. There's a guy named. He has this indicator called PAT. You might look that up. It's pretty funny. So, yeah, it's called the PAT indicator. It's price analysis, target, some bullshit, right? So he's got this indicator, and I pulled it up. I made fun of him, and one of his students saw my video. And then he came onto my stream. He sent me an email, and he wanted me to take. He was going to sue me or something. So he said, I could not believe when one of my students this morning took me to the video you made about my system. I'm like, dude, if your system's all that in a bag of chips, I should be bringing you customers right now. People should be telling me I'm full of shit, and I'm giving you new customers. So you want me to tear down the video, but I'm like, dude. What about the people that hate me? And you're going to get new customers. So they're so stupid. They don't even know.
Well, they're young. They're inexperienced, buddy.
No, he was an old guy. He was a 50-year-old guy that's like, I developed this indicator. Dude, you know what? He's selling the indicator with his thing, and I'm like, I got you, but like, why come after me because I criticize you? If your indicator's good, you should not.
Well, because people get a little bit squirrely around money, and if you think that you're threatening their cash flow or something, well, watch out, Betty. It's on. So you're going to come across people.
Yeah, but they don't understand that I'm actually helping them.
Well, yeah, of course not.
Because if they're a fraud, people go, yeah, this guy's full of shit. But if I have his students come in and go, you're full of shit, he's a really nice guy, how dare you? And then some people go, yeah, he's right, I like this guy. And he's going to get new clients from me talking about him. But he doesn't get the fact that, besides, if I'm criticizing, he should make a video talking about me saying, I'll show you why you're full of shit. But these people, they're so fucking trained to...
They're programmed.
Yeah, they can't see the big picture. They just worried about, well, you broke a rule here. Yeah, dude, the planet's on fire. There's no rules anymore, dumb shit.
Well, the rebel said it the best. It's the whole my city, my team. You know, like Manchester
Yeah,
United
my
versus
backyard.
Manchester City. Yeah, it's my team. It's the old college try and whatever. So that's a very big part of it. I agree with him on that. So. Oh.
Jesus.
I'm in a sushi trade right now. Small targets, 50 cents.
I think you mean 50 cent.
My
50
Bitcoin
cent.
trade is underwater a dime. I bought that plunge for over the last 2-3 hours because I know Saturdays they like to bring it down. And then I think Asia kicks in. I guess you told me it was 9 o'clock. I don't even pay attention to it, but I know Saturday they like to bring the price down a little bit. And then they go a little bit more bonkers on Sundays. I've noticed that pattern just from the last few times I've been playing this thing. Sushi's making 50 cents every time. So I have a really tight target and a really tight stop. So we're going with the idea that if we can win more than we lose, we don't have to worry for a 90 percentile, right? You can go the other way. You can be right 60% of the time and have a 1-to-1 R, and you'll still do fine.
Well, the only problem is there if you enter those kind of robots in a drawdown, you're going to get crushed. But that's it. That's why those guys are saying you need a lot of money in the account.
I like the way they started off, and you have to give them a chance. You have to give it about 100 trades before you can see whether or not.
And just go to a cent account. So this new broker, Sage, has 4 kinds of Bitcoin accounts: mini, pro, floating, variable, fixed. They have 4 different styles of trading Bitcoin.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, they got pro account, which I'm probably thinking is pretty zero commissions, and then you have a variable, you have a fixed, you have a just good old Bitcoin.
Okay, and now this broker is pretty much like all the other brokers. They just change the skin and they give you the same trading view of the world in the.
No, the template's up to me. I make the templates. Those are all mine.
I'm talking about the actual brokerage firm itself. Are they themselves just another skin? Because a lot of these, when you go into the Bitcoin world, I don't know about Forex, but I know in the Bitcoin.
Well, it's a Forex brokers trade Bitcoin now.
Oh, okay.
Most
So
Forex brokers trade about 20 instruments on Bitcoin.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, this Hugo Way, there's 28 cryptos in here, I think.
Nice. Okay.
So that's why if you're gonna show people how to trade crypto, if they want to trade it, not just look at it, but
No, just trade it.
you got to have the orders with the right stop, and what kind of, are they going to swing trade it, or do they scalp it? And then you can make robots for the Bitcoin. You just have to change the decimal point. I don't think there's any different behavior in the market.
What's the name of that place? Sage?
Well, Sage is doing I loaded them today. Yes, Sage FX, and then there's Hugo. Hugo's doing I'm doing NASDAQ at Hugo, and they have everything at Hugo, oil. So the spreads are a little wide, but that's because their liquidity provider, it's at 5 o'clock. Most liquidity providers at 5 p.m. don't have, there's nobody trading, so the spread's not tight. Nobody's taking the other side of the trade. So there's no liquidity until about 8 o'clock at night Eastern Standard Time, or 7 o'clock at night. It starts to tighten up. It's like the opening. And then who cares about the... But these are all Bitcoin, in and out. So it's not like wire your money in for $35 for international wire,
Right,
and,
yeah. You know what? That really goes my goat as well.
Oh, they actually give you the money back.
Buddy, I got to tell you, I had to take a nap when I deposited Bitcoin into one of the accounts we were using to sample trade and see how latency and everything was working. I had to take a nap. It was only like $139 or $300. It wasn't a lot of Bitcoin. It was like 0.000. It was just like a stupid low amount of Bitcoin per se, but wow. The hoop you had to drum through authentication and this and that. I couldn't do it anymore. I said
Why?
to my nephew,
Just get the Cash App, dude. I could deposit money in 30 seconds.
No, the way that some of these brokers are, you can only pay in Bitcoin.
Right. You just get a Cash App, and you just get you know how to transfer a Bitcoin address?
No, I didn't know any of that stuff, man. What are you talking
Oh, okay.
about?
No, I'm just saying that's you just. I mean, it's pretty much.
It took, buddy. I fell asleep after I had to do all the transferring, and then I had to authenticate it, and then they had to send me this, and then they had to. Oh my God! I thought I was gonna.
What do you mean for one deposit?
For one deposit.
To who?
It was Bybit.
Bybit, it's a brokerage firm.
Yes, but they only specialize in Bitcoin and all those other 1,000.
Oh yeah, because they want because of the government laws. Yeah, because you're going in. It's like coin. It's like going to what is it? Coin. Oh God, Coinbase.
Yeah, probably.
And these guys are assholes. I bought some. The first time I bought Bitcoins about 3 years ago. I'd never done it, so I was like, "What the fuck is this?" So I buy it, and I'm like, "All right, like now what? How do I get my Bitcoins out?" And deposit. How do I couldn't get them out, so I thought, thank God, only about $20. You know, it was a test run, and I'm like, well, they're locked in there, and then I wanted to get my money out. They said, well, you can cash out all you want, and I said, that's great. Now I'm cashed out. I said, can I get the cash? No, that's a separate transaction to get your cash back. So I said, no, but no. What you had to do is go to Cash App, which is nothing more than a bank. It used to be called Square. So
is that in Canada? I don't know.
No, it's international. I'm pretty sure.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's called Cash App. If you go on your Google Play on your Android, if you have an Android, you just go to CAS, Cash App, APP, and you just load it. And that way, what you do is you connect it to the routing number of your bank. It's connected to your bank, and they're going to charge you like I don't know, $3 on $200 or something to buy a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing it to trade Bitcoins. I'm just doing it to transfer money. I'm not looking. I'm not looking to invest.
In other words, in Hugo's way, you can actually just here's $100, or you send them $100, and then you can trade the Bitcoin because they do all that mathematics behind in the background.
Well, they're going to turn it into dollars on their side, so you'll see dollars in your account. Yeah, they're going to do that. Yeah, you're not going to see it. You're not going to see a Bitcoin unless you want to trade in Bitcoins. You can choose a Euro-dollar account, Australian dollar account. Those guys last night had Swiss. When you saw the currency they were trading in, some are trading in the Swiss franc. I mean, they're obviously in Switzerland because they built it on their home currency.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's definitely the Bitcoin makes it so. It's like Zelle, 0 transaction fees on Zelle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they have Zelle up there, but interbank transfer. You transfer your email address instead of your Bitcoin address. But no, the Bitcoin thing is just it's just a tool. I can't believe people are actually holding onto Bitcoins.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
really
crazy.
Mind blowing, dude. That'd be like I don't know what that's compared to. I guess you think the price is going to go up. And how much can you hold? That trading on a margin is one thing, but actually holding Bitcoin, you're long at 40 grand, and you actually bought one Bitcoin. You're down 20 grand right now. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, what happened to you?
How does that feel? Talk about a questionnaire. That's my questionnaire. Yeah. My questionnaire would be updated all the time. Let's see. You bought Bitcoin at 80,000. I mean, you bought Bitcoin at 60,000. Do you feel like you should add now at 20,000? Or do you feel like selling the whole position? That's a better question, trader question right there. Even like a real world example, a current fair example, and then you got to update those questionnaires, man.
Oh, buddy,
two traders get on a train.
I got news for you, man. I just wanted to see if I still had it. That was the interesting.
No, I know it's a cute, clunky little thing. I mean, it's a filter of some type. Sure. I'd use that in conjunction with an outrageous questionnaire, and I have because some people, with my outrageous, sarcastic questionnaire, they might just not appreciate, because when you talk about money, people have this thing where you should be serious.
Oh yeah.
There's a whole, kind of unspoken behavior when you're talking about money and people. It's money etiquette. People get very sensitive.
Oh,
fuck yeah.
Buddy.
They really do, and it's really threatening because everybody's looking for a tax shelter because they don't want to. They're like, yeah, I'm making a lot of money, but now what? Now I got a liability. I made all this money. work my ass off that much? You can there was a time back in the day, of course, there's so many tax loopholes back in the day that when Reagan was president, they were taxing people at 80%, but the rich people knew how to just, how to get around it.
Sure,
nobody paid
always a
80%. It was kind of like a number that was out there.
Right. No one knows what the number is. They lost track a long time ago, Simpleton. No one even has a clue. You think anyone has actually read the IRS 400-pound book
It's two
regulations?
How about this? The IRS code is in 2 giant books, and that's just the index to the code. Swear to God, my accountant has one.
Yeah,
he said he says these 2 books weigh about 10 pounds, and that's just the index to the real code. And nowhere does it mention income. The word income is not like the people like Peter Schiff's dad that would say you don't have to pay your because here's the whole argument. This is I'm a traveler. I don't need a driver's license. This is common law that in essence your only corporations can be taxed. So an individual income is really not defined in the code because they can't. If they do that, they break the whole constitutional. It falls apart. So they stay away from that, and they always refer to income in this other. In other words, how did you make the money through what means? And so it's funny because if you really study it, you say, they're full of shit, but try to go to court with that. I've seen people fail in court because the judge is like, well, look, I know you're right, but everybody has to pay their taxes, so shut up and get out of my courtroom.
Suck it up, bitch. That's right, suck it up.
Right? I mean, you can argue all across his Nazi cross to the Holocaust Memorial Center, and I said, that's probably a good idea. He goes, what about freedom of speech? I said, listen, it's contextual, right?
You can't shout fire in a crowded theater. You can't do.
Yeah, you really shouldn't. Especially when everybody's holding on to gasoline.
I mean, there's also manners. It's all about manners, as far as I'm concerned. Freedom of speech, yes, but be a mensch. Have some manners, man. You're living amongst. People.
Yeah, have some common sense or whatever they call it.
Well, that goes without saying.
But of course, some people like to. I understand when people are trying to push the envelope. Because they want to be a brat, but it's different than the guy that's, I'm standing on principle here. Yeah, dude, I mean, it's the old lifeboat scenario ethics question, would you do this if that was,
You never read Gravity's Rainbow?
No.
Okay, so you don't want to take off the next 6 months of your life, and then maybe 3 years?
What do you mean take off, just do nothing?
Buddy, it's just good. That book is just wow. It's one of the
What's it called?
Heaviest. Gravity's Rainbow. Thomas Pynchon.
Oh.
EYN. 600 pages, and the major character disappears somewhere around page 230, and you don't even notice. It's just one of those books that is
a
heavy
a
trip,
page turner, so you don't notice a page turner. You don't even.
No, the guy just drops out of the storyline. It's the crazy, buddy.
He just fades out, or he's gone on the next page.
I have no idea. You know what? I can't even answer that question because I read it once and I had to take 3 months off to try to absorb what the hell just happened here.
So what do you think that? Well, it's obviously intentional. He didn't forget to keep writing about the guy.
No. That whole book is structured in such a way to completely obliviate everything you ever thought the world was about. Right? Just a brilliant book, and you really got to sit down and you're like. So there's one paragraph in there called Byron the light bulb. Byron the light bulb wouldn't go out. It was just one of those light bulbs that was created in such a way that just kept going and going and going. And all the other light bulbs, they're getting turned around here, turned around there. And obviously the metaphor was for the guy who was really, really sharp and didn't know what to do with them. So by the end of the paragraph, Byron the light bulb is somewhere in some school somewhere, and he's still, still up there, and he's still got the light shining, and he's the light bulb that never went out kind of routine. So he really I think it's because the metaphors that he uses are amazing, and just life and everything. So, good book. Highly recommended.
I never heard of that. Is that old book or is that like 90s?
It's an old book. I think it's from the late 60s. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh God. Well, it's like Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance.
It's up there. It's even. I have to say it's about 4 times crazier and twice as long.
Really, I remember when as a kid. As a kid, I got the electric Kool-Aid acid test. I couldn't resist
that was pretty cool.
reading that. I got Clockwork Orange and I couldn't read it.
Yeah.
It's in like Cockney or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, man, I'll tell you, we've come a long way since 1960.
Oh boy.
It's like 60 fucking years ago.
It's a long time.
It's so crazy, dude. Think about that back then, dude. People were raw dog. I mean, there was no internet. I don't know if people can even imagine a time when there was no internet at this point.
My sister sent me a TikTok from something that she saw, and it was cute. It was a little girl who was rummaging through the attic. She holds up a cassette tape. She asked her mom, "What is this?" And her mother's like, "You really don't know what this is?" She goes, "I have no idea." Her mother had to explain to her that we would record music and we'd record the radio and this and that. And her daughter's standing there. She's about 6, 7, completely dumbfounded. Like, what are you talking about? And then at that moment, I realized, my sister said, "You realize the world has completely changed. Like when you have kids that don't even know what a cassette player is or a Sony Walkman." And it's not that long ago. That's the point I was trying to make, I guess. It's not that long ago. It's not 150 years ago, man.
Well, I mean, even a CD for some people might be because they're streaming everything, you know.
Buddy,
it depends who you are.
Yeah, that's funny.
Actually, record albums are probably more identifiable. How about an 8-track tape? That would be a mind bender. Most people would not
they won't get it.
Understand an 8-track.
You know, Starvin Marvin, rest in peace, he had the 99 cents trade your tapes. It was all 8-tracks. It was just bins of 8-tracks. You come in, you put down $1, you bring in a tape, and you take out another tape, 8-track, that you maybe want to hear some Willie Nelson. I mean, all the music was on the 8-tracks, and people who were driving and truckers and whatnot, right? So he made a great business selling tapes for $1, you know, tape exchange, 1969. He said they got so wasted in the back one night that they didn't even notice the music stopped. Someone had ripped off the stereo. So, and you know, those were the days, right?
Yeah, that was before car alarms, dude.
Sure.
Car alarms. The whole idea of that was like, I'm telling you what, I mean, the world is just, it's so like, alarm systems.
I wouldn't want to be.
Yeah,
I
that was.
want to be like frozen for 100 years because you wouldn't recognize it 100 years from now. It would be so awkward. 1,000 years, like they try to do sci-fi and whatever. 1,000 years from now, man, you wouldn't know where to step. Like nothing would make sense at all. You'd be completely bewildered forever. I think. I don't think you'd even be able to understand.
Yeah, the Rip Van Winkle story is quite the story. It's like the guy that comes out of the coma, and he's like, "What the hell?"
Right. What is
the coma story? Yeah, that would be scary, dude. I mean, it would be so for a person that cares about things being. It would depend on who you are. If you're one of those people that, you know, like things to be proper, it'd be so improper you just lose your mind right off the bat.
Well, even if you were artistic and you wanted to explore creativity, and you'd be basically thrown into a psychedelic trip because you wouldn't understand what was going on. Cars wouldn't look like cars. Nothing would look like anything you've ever seen before. So if you could handle the psychedelics, maybe you could handle the Rip Van Winkle sleep for 500 years.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's right. If you had a pre-coma for 2 years, you'd be like, "Oh, I got this. I've been here, been there, done that."
Right. Right on.
Come on, knock me out. Give me what you got. Looks like all the cryptos. Like, look at Dash Coin, $47.
I can't see
what the fuck? Yeah, I stream it here for a second. I gotta go. Yeah, look at this Dash Coin chart. Tell me what you think. Is it a buy at $47?
I'll tell you in a second. Let me take a look.
Monthly Dash Coin used to trade at $470. Would you buy it for $47?
This is all penny stock pump and dumps. All of them. They all have the same pattern.
Oh yeah.
So if you're familiar with those days.
Oh yeah.
Let me look up. I may have Dash over here on my dashboard. Hang on. Where are you trading it at again? It goes way or something?
Yeah. Look at this. Top Tick Tommy. can't even see the price on. I got to stretch the scale to see the price.
I guess you're on Binance or Coinbase. How are you getting the data?
I'm on
Just asking
Hugo's.
for a friend.
I'm on Hugo's Way.
Oh, so Hugo's Ways is actually over here with this.
They got
Interesting.
28 currencies. So Top Tick Tommy comes in at this wick tip here.
You want to hear something interesting? Hugo's Ways doesn't have I guess a whatever agreement with TradingView. Isn't that strange?
Of course not. They've got MetaTrader, dude. TradingView's bullshit. Complete bullshit. No, it's not. This is no traders. What you just said is connected to usually FXCM or Orlando. No, you can't connect it to other brokers. No, brokers use MT4 because it works. I mean, it's been around for 30 years, I think. So it used to be called MetaQuotes. They used to do like in the stock market. They started off, but then they went. No, I mean, look at this thing. $1,500 a coin. It's $47 a coin now. $1,500 in 2018.
Okay.
So 4 years, we're all the way down to the rock bottom price from $1,500 to $47. Pretty good buy. I think we could make a run for at least $100, but in the long run, all the cryptos might come back, drift back to some kind of they'll stabilize. You know, I mean the honeymoon's over. Now let's see what this relationship's really like. You know. Honeymoon phase being the
so your question
spike.
Was, would I buy it right at this?
I guess accumulate some here at this price, so to speak. I'm just saying. I mean,
I couldn't answer that.
Oh, I could. I'd buy it here before I bought it at 1,500.
Oh, okay, agreed.
I'm saying it looks like a buy to me. If you're just
hang on, I don't know how granular yours goes, but if you look at the 1 minute. It's basically you can see.
I'm not talking 1 minute. I'm talking a long-term investment.
Yeah, you can see them clicking up and down. This is all run by an algo for sure.
Well, it's people, dude. It's people. Not everything's an algorithm. It's insane. Not everything's an algo and a robot. It's just not. Not in crypto. It's not impossible. I mean, in exchanges, yes, but not all market prices. Market prices are moved by human beings. You know, come on. No, I'm just saying that we can't make those kind of broad brush. Here, I'll go to the 1 minute chart. A 5 minute chart here. 5 minute chart's a little more.
I see algos. That's all.
Well, you see price action, and you're assuming it's all driven by algos. We don't know that.
And the action that I see is very reminiscent of what algos actually do in terms of keeping the price.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
within a certain range.
Algos are built out of humans playing the market. So really, it's all you do is programmed human behavior to an extent. There's a tug of war in price. No, I'm just saying there's a tug of war in price. Yeah, here's a 5 minute. So
give me a 1 minute.
Now I'm going to run my crypto script now. So here's a bit drop right here. Doesn't seem to be working. I don't know why it's not working. Oh, and there's no ticks coming in yet. I have to wait for a tick. So it's under traded on the weekend. So the drops won't come in unless there's a first tick. I just put some buy limits below that lonely wick down
there. All right.
Yeah, you have to wait for that to fill. For the order to even get on the platform. No, I mean so MT4. There's about 500 forex brokers on the planet, and they all use MT4 or MT5 or their own little. I found a company out of Russia that has their own platform, and they were sued by MT4 because they call themselves. They have a name for that platform that sounds like MT4. It's called something else, but it sounds like it. I can't remember the name, but they show you can have an ask chart. It's really cool software. Ask chart, bid chart. You can see you can plot in bid or ask. There's a button push there, and they're out of Russia. They have a cent account. They were trying to. Mobius 7 is the name of their platform. So,
Interesting.
Yeah, there's only 2 brokers or 3 brokers on the planet using Mobius 7, but it's pretty cool software. It's not, there's no scripts or anything, but it gives you like different options for plotting. which is always good. People like to see, depth of market. We'll see it. People at first they want to see if I could see every indicator on the planet, then I'd have a chance, but not necessarily. I guess Bitcoin's the only thing this is going to run on. Here I'm putting buy limits on Bitcoin now in the last 8 hours. So this is the ones I wrote that risk X amount. Here I put some sell limits above.
Okay.
Leave them for 3. That's 3 hours. I didn't really change these too much because I was writing the other ones for FOREX. But here's a risk 80 to make, risk 30 to make 80 for 8 hours. Put it down here deep. Anyways, that's just all it is. I don't think there's gonna be too much action till Monday.
Okay.
How close to market you want to get? The spread's pretty brutal here. It's $45 on Bitcoin.
Yeah, they are kind of brutal.
Yeah, it's really tight on Sage though. I was looking, it says 2, so I don't know what's going on there, but I'll see when the market opens. I can't trade it right now, so I have a Bitcoin. Look how tight the spread is here at Sage. It's really tradable. I think I'm not sure what the leverage is on their Bitcoin, but this is tight. Here, I'll show you the screen for that for a second. I'll switch over to the Sage account. You can't believe how tight that is. Did it switch the change screens? Here, I gotta get on the right one here. Yeah, check this out. Super tight spread. Can't even see it. So I'm curious to see what happens here. I can't even see the spread on Bitcoin there. Look at that. Wow. There's a daily chart. But I mean, it says 0.2. I don't know what that means. 0.2. Here's the 1 hour. I think it's going to be.
It's going to be like 0.2%. I think.
Oh no, wait, that's wrong. No, that's the. What is this? Okay, this is a smaller size. I see. Okay, this is the Bitcoin Pro. Let me see what the spreads here says. 3. Okay, so they moved the decimal point over here, so it's 0.2 whatever. So 0.3. Okay. There's the spread right there. That is the 15-minute Bitcoin chart.
Wow. What is that in dollars?
I'm going to say it's 15 with the other one's 45. I'm going to say it's $20. The other one's 45. So I see the 2. I'm thinking it can't be 200, so it's going to be 20. And the other brokers got a really bad spread of Bitcoin. I would never trade Bitcoin at Hugo. I trade it over here. But I can't get my scripts through on the weekends here. I don't know. It might be. I'll have to look at their fine print.
So there you got your arbitrage guys that are going to look at it at 4 different brokers and see where it's trading at different brokers and try to skim that part of the equation, right? Because you know as well as I do that every broker's data feed is going to be slightly different, slightly obscured, slightly obfuscated, and that's the end of the story for us.
Yeah, I'm testing out this broker on Sunday night. They should be open for business.
I would hope so.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, so yeah, if you send me your email, I'll send you a link to. I don't know how. The guy that's got the studio knows the link to the Twitch. So if you want to watch us be ridiculous musically, there's no pips involved, but put your email here in the. Send me your direct message. Send your email to pipgrid@gmail.com. So pipgrid@gmail.com is my address. You still there?
Sorry, I wanted to get to that screen.
Yeah, so you just send me your email at my email is pipgrid@gmail.com.
Okay.
Then I can send you a link to this Twitch thing if you want to see us be ridiculous.
Rock on.
Or at least you'll know where it is if you get bored. You'll be super bored before you turn it to us.
Well, I'll be even more super bored. Good. I like music. I've always liked music. I like seeing live music. I've always, I mean, you know, take me out to the ball game styles. Let me go. So, you know what's interesting that you're talking about all these different qualifications and questions and the stupidity and all the rest of that stuff, and I follow you on that. What a lot of people also don't know are simple things like even musicians. If you're playing by yourself is one thing. If you're playing for your girlfriend is another thing. If you're playing with some of your friends, you actually jam a little bit in the garage, that's another thing. When you start playing high schools, wow, that's a whole different level. And then you start playing, maybe if you play a bar, it's got 40 people, 20 people. Every time you're increasing your chops or increasing your technique or whatever you're doing, you're getting better at it, crowd increases as well, right? And then things, way you play has to change. Your dynamics have to change. You got to be able to sit in the pockets as a bass player. There's so many things that are going on. I call it the internal plumbing that most people never see. So there's a big difference between playing, limit drops with 150 pips deep and then looking for targets that are 300 pips. So there's a completely different set of audiences. I look at this trading in general as where do you want to sit in the bleachers? You want to be right at the nosebleeds? You want to play inside the pit itself? You want to hold back the crowd? Like what exactly? And people have different preferences when it comes to. Some people can't stand 10,000 people at a rock concert going crazy. People don't like that experience. So what kind of music do you like would be a good qualifying question. Well, the FOREX brokers are different from the Bitcoin brokers, it looks like. It looks like here.
Yeah, I made this template based on line chart highs and lows as a line chart, and then the yellows the closing prices, just to emphasize the void. So visually, for me, this really popped out at me that I could see the vacuum in a carved out way of connecting all the highs and lows, and it just made the vacuum more dramatic visually.
Of course.
Looking to fill that void. Because it's giving you some kind of your target is the void, so to speak, if you're in the market now. And if you're not in the market, your entrance is the void. And it's easy to see it without having to look at candlesticks and bars. And I just thought, well, this is like, this is like Bollinger Bands of one, or this is, super snug. Mm-hmm. But visual aids like that, the template really is going to be the driving factor for your decision process, because those are the glasses that you're wearing. Okay. That's a filter, and I'm using the grid based on do I want to run wide or smart. 50 pip grid means I'm probably a swing trader. 10 pip grid, 5 pip grid means I'm probably a scalper on the 5 minute. When I see the market move up 10 on the grid, I go I'm up 10 without having to look at the platform and say I'm up 10. And
I'm using it as a ruler to hold the market up against. And you can see the spread in relation to the grid you're on and say, oh, a 5 pip grid with a 2 pip spread, it's like, Jesus Christ, you can make 3 pips and risk 5, you know. It's not even worth it at that.
Yeah.
But it's a good gauge to start with. Is like, well, how deep do you want to buy? You want to buy low. How low is low?
Okay.
These are the kind of, the questionnaire that I would have is that, you know, if you were down $100 on a trade, would you add another 100 to it tomorrow or 3 weeks from now? And most people say, let me see the chart.
Okay.
But if you're doing raw risk analysis, so that's why it's not fair to say to some, because some people do know what the market's doing, and they'd say, well, that's not a fair question because it depends. What are we trading, by the way? Like, and how, like, what's your time horizon for getting out of the trade? But that's a deep questionnaire. But I think if you put on the, like, if you're excited about trading, then it's not a problem. You'll find the energy to do stuff and the ambition. But if you are doing it to make money, it's a lot harder because you're like, is there a shortcut to this? You know what I mean? If you're intrigued by the process, it's different than if you think it's if I just knew this, I'd make money. Those are two different opposite approaches.
Different worlds. Yeah, different worlds, brother, without a doubt. That's a different world when you're looking just to make the money.
Yeah, we're looking for authentic, we're looking for people that are intrinsically excited about it. We're not trying to force them to find you can't force people to be excited.
No.
I mean, the government tries
you
it.
know what? The people, I think one of the interesting game theory qualifiers would be, you know, have you blown up an account? Did you learn something from it? Those kind of things. You know, like, where are you in the spectrum of I'm ready to take this seriously as a business because I understand a little bit more about business as a result of trying to do the trading business. Not too many people have the ability to start their own business or open an office. They just, you know, they just don't. And maybe they're attracted to trading because it means they can be a little bit more of their own boss and maybe take a little bit more control over.
Well, that's it. Be your own boss. You know, be your own boss is it sounds good, but I can tell you from owning a dental laboratory that people say to me, they would say to me, "Oh, you own your own business? That's very lucrative. Oh, that's very lucrative dentistry. Only because they paid like $1,000 for the crown, dude. I only charged $150 for that crown in your fucking mouth." So don't forget that business owners are the poorest people.
Over 24 hours.
Business owners are the poorest people. I worked every weekend. There's no glam in owning a business. People think, oh, look at all the money he's taking it. Dude, you know what the electric bill is? Come on. Be realistic.
People just aren't. Again, they just don't know. You can't know what you don't know, right? What was the answer to the question?
Well, you don't know and you don't know you don't know. Is my favorite.
Well, you can't know you don't know what you don't know.
Well, there are people that they don't know and they don't know that they don't know. There's a realm outside of their wheelhouse, so they just don't pay attention to it. And why should they?
Well, when they got people like you writing bots that can make them a cup of coffee every day,
yeah, I wish I could.
Enough for them. Maybe they don't want to go into the trading.
Yeah, once I put the money management on that bot, I could say that. But right now, it's the Ross dog risk the whole account about right now.
Right. Well, that's you're a NASDAQ bot. I know. That's a slightly different.
The NASDAQ bot is like end of the world stops, but the end of the world does come sometimes. That's why if you have 5 accounts, you blow up one. See, the other argument is you have 5 accounts, you flip 4, you blow up 1, you're still ahead. But some people don't like that. There was a guy named FOREX Hangout guy. He saw the Samurai trader trading with 10 accounts. He blew up half of them, and he made $40 million off $1,000 in each account. He goes, well, that's not right because he blew up those accounts. I go, dude, he's up 40 grand. Well, that's just not right. So if it's just not right, there's such a rule list. Even consider all the rules people put on the entry. They got rules for how they perceive if it's okay to make money from being wrong. Right. Oh no. Well, so that's what the hedge is about. It's admitting I don't know where the market's going, but I know it's going to go somewhere. That's what a hedge is about. So psychologically going into the hedge, you're accepting I don't know where the market's going. How dare you?
Well, you know what? That's a very hard thing for people to wrap their minds around as well. Just the idea that you will never get the ultimate entry. And I don't care if you use order books and Globex and volume and the rest of that stuff. You'll never get the precise entry, and you're not supposed to. That's the one hard thing to unravel for people who've been doing this through the internet and through all the nonsense that they figure out. I mean,
Right.
you know, you were fortunate to figure it out after a few years. So was I. But a lot of these guys are still one-shot Johnnies, and they just want to make sure they get their golden triangle matching up with the Fibonacci, Rabinacci, and their Gartley patterns or whatever else Michigas that they got turned on to. Different concept.
All right, man. I gotta go. Gotta go hit the road here.
Take it easy, man. Be well.
All right, dude.
See you.